All right, what's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions here. I'm at round 5, the final round of the second season of Klutch Kickers, and I'm here with my man Adam LZ. He's back again. So, Adam, how does it feel to be competing today at the final round of Klutch Kickers?
I'm stoked to be here. We got a lot of new drivers, got a full field. It's gonna be a tight grid today, but it's gonna be exciting to see how some of these new guys do out here.
So let me ask you some. What is some of the things that you did to prepare for today's competition?
I woke up, I got coffee, ate a bagel. That's about it.
All right, good deal. How would you compare, this is for people that mostly have watched the live stream and haven't been here, how would you compare watching the live stream versus actually coming to Klutch Kickers?
It's just cool. I think like as a community, Klutch Kickers is kind of like a cool, tight-knit group. Like it doesn't feel like you're at like some big formal competition because everyone's kind of homies, helping each other out and hanging out in each other's pits. Okay. So it's a good vibe.
Yeah. So what would you think that sets Klutch Kickers apart from maybe other drift series around the country or even around the world?
I think what's cool about it is you have like a lot of different classes of car, and if you know how to drive, you can compete with a car with twice your horsepower because of the nature of the track.
Okay. So this season, so it had some ups and downs, so just kind of tell me how this season went for you.
It went really good. I feel like from the start, my car is exactly what I wanted it to be. I had a few issues in terms of like mechanical failures in some of the rounds, and the car progressively got more bulletproof throughout the season. And then last round, I just made a dumb mistake that cost me in some points. But
well, and we've seen you fight the car too in a couple of rounds where you've had issues with the car, and we also seen you go from the pro car and back over to the E36, which I love the E36. I'm a BMW guy, anyways. So how was that transition, or what actually made you make that transition from you're using your pro car, which you would think would be an advantage here?
Yeah, no, the pro car, just the E36, I think was down or broken at the time, and that car was together, so it made more sense. But I prefer driving the E36. The pro cars are just heavy and like kind of hard to get around such a small little track, where the E36 is kind of set up to be a little more nimble.
Makes sense. Yeah, it seems like more of a monster trying to tame a beast around such a small track like this. So what would you say you enjoy most about Klutch Kickers?
Probably just the vibes. It's chill. Like it's a legitimate competition with really talented drivers and real prizes, but the vibe is still chill. So it's not like not fun.
Okay. So we did a little interview with Mike Pollard the other day on our channel, Drift Sessions channel in YouTube, and the question came to, actually he brought it up. It takes a good lead to have a good chase. What do you think about that statement?
A good lead to have. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. No, that goes hand in hand with drifting. You can't follow someone well if they're all over the track. It's impossible.
Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit you with a little lightning round. Some just multiple choice questions. You just say one or the other. Don't answer a question with a question, because that's what she does. Every time I ask her a question, she answers a question. We'll see how it works out. Maybe it's fun, maybe it's not, maybe it's stupid, but they'll edit it out. You ready? Mm-hmm. Cat or dog?
Dog.
Lead or chase?
Chase.
Ocean or lake?
Lake.
RB or JZ?
RB.
Sweet or spicy?
Sweet.
There you go. This is a sweet man right here. Thank you so much for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Have a great day. Yep. What's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions. I'm with Alberto Big Boost, if I may. He's here at Klutch Kickers competing, his first time competing and his first time at Klutch Kickers. How does it feel to be at this final round of Klutch Kickers?
It's very exciting, very nerve-wracking, to be honest. I was very anxious at first, but I'm like really happy to be here. Super exciting. I only had some minor issues with the car, but overall, I think I got pretty much everything down where I wanted, and I can't wait to qualify in a little bit.
So what would you say is, like, if you could compare watching it on live stream and now being here, what do you think the major difference? I mean, it's totally different being here, correct?
Yes, after walking the track and you see like firsthand the asphalt texture, level change, everything is a very different experience than what you normally see from watching it on TV.
So what's your biggest impression now that you're actually here?
How technical the track is. It's actually more technical than you think. There's a lot of clipping points, not clipping point. The outer zone, you see it on TV, everybody does it really nice, but once you get out there, it's actually very technical and very challenging, but also very exciting to drive.
Okay. What are the things that you have done to prepare for today's competition?
Mostly dialing in the car, tire pressure. That was a big factor. Yesterday I had my tire pressure normally how I would do on the flat surface, and once I got here it was way grippier than I thought. After walking the track, it seemed very slick, but once you actually drive it, it's incredibly grippy.
Yeah, and I will tell you that you mentioned that, and just for food for thought, it'll probably get colder later on. This track gets a lot stickier as it gets cooler. So how do you... Yeah. So you got to practice last night?
Yeah, last night when I practiced at like 25 PSI and I went again at night, I couldn't even do the turn. It was that much grippier.
Right, yeah. What do you enjoy most about the Klutch Kickers series?
Well, first of all, just being out here with everybody else, you get to meet a lot of drivers, and you get to drive with a bunch of people, especially like all the way from like Pro 1 level to like grassroots levels. There's like everybody's here. It's like welcoming for all type of drivers.
And we got drivers from Mozambique, all the way from Africa. I think we have a driver from Argentina as well today. So to be able to drive with all these international drivers is just, even just for me to be here and be able to have the chance to interview you guys and be a part of it is just overwhelming for me. What do you think sets Klutch Kickers apart from a lot of other drift series?
Well, more than it's open for all drivers. You don't have to have like a $100,000 race car. You can have a normal car, or you can have a fully suited car, and you still have a chance. You don't have to overbuild a car. Well, in my case, I honestly think I overbuilt mine, to be honest. But yeah, it's welcoming to a lot more people, and it encourages more drivers to drive this driving racing series.
What's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions here. I'm here with Cody with Funhaver. Cody, what brings you guys here today?
We're just out here having fun. We got Jason and his RX-7. We got Sarah and the rest of the Funhaver gang. Colette is going to be driving the Funhaver Fox. So just out here having fun. You know, Vaughn and Chelsea are out doing other fun gigs. We got the cars on display. We got tons of new Funhaver merch. We got some new Hot Wheels. We got all. Come by. We've got some free swag bags. We are going to be doing a Klutch Kickers discount code. Okay. So if you guys want to use Klutch25 on funhaver.com, get over there this weekend, and we'll be including. Now here's the deal: we're going to include a signed RTRX Hot Wheels with every Klutch25 order this weekend on funhaver.com. So there you go. That's so. Anyways, but back to business. The guys are having fun. Hopefully, you know, Jason and the boys can put up some good runs. There's a ton of competition out here, so really, you know, they're not out here to win. They're just out here to have fun. Maybe they get on a podium. You know, who knows? But.
So let me ask you something. You really teased me. I saw some pictures of Chelsea and Vaughn's car here. You know, I was like, oh, what a teaser to see them here. But it's great that you guys have the rig here and what you guys bring to the event and just what you guys bring to drifting in general, this feeling of just having fun and what you've done for the community and all the spectators and everything, providing this type of merchandise. Is there anything else that Funhaver's going to be branching into besides merchandise?
Well, you know, Funhaver's really a mentality, and you know, we like to live life glass half fun, pretty much. You know, it's really a vibe and an entity that, you know, it can be expanded into any entity of motorsport. So, you know, obviously Vaughn and Chelsea and the rest of the gang have created such a good vibe to get it started. Where it goes from here is, you know, only the universe can tell. So we really want to push that fun mentality. You know, funhaver.com, and then. You know, these are the demo cars, so what you're looking at here aren't necessarily going to be the competition FD cars like some of the guys out here are running and shredding. So these are going to be, you know, a little horsepower down, not running nitrous, you know, but still got all the fun go juice in them that they can have. We just got back from Holly Ford Fest, shredding out there. You know, other than that.
So tell me about Klutch Kickers. This is your first time here. What's your second time here? So what's your impression of Klutch Kickers?
Stoked to have the event. Just really the first event we did was Jason wanted to compete. Jason is Vaughn's mechanic on the FD series, so he's got his RX-7. It's LS powered, turbo. So he's out here just trying to have some fun and trying to put up some numbers, you know, trying to hang with the big boys. So we're down here. We've got the weekend off. We've got Cletus's event next weekend. So Klutch Kickers, you know, it's an event we've had our eyes on. It's just we haven't had the weekends off to come have some fun. So we had the weekend off, cruise down from Charlotte, you know, and get out here and
we really appreciate you out here. We appreciate the good vibes that you bring out here, and we want to thank you for everything that you guys do. And we're going to definitely announce all those specials that are going to be coming up. And you know, where can people find you?
Funhaver.com. You can follow Vaughn Gittin Jr. You can follow Chelsea DeNofa. You can follow any of our gang.
What's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions. What's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions here.
Ballin' since I was a chick, but before Oakland and filming the skits, I had to go to get rich. Ballin' since I was a chick, Right before Oakland and filming the skits, I had to go to get rich. Fix that shit, I cried that night, I admit that shit. I'm too old, I whip that bitch. She left me alone, but I'm just that bitch. Right now, I hit that. He mold me, but he think I switch. Fuck old friends, I don't know that bitch. Crack too big, can't hold that shit. Can't get down when I hold that shit.
Sometimes I wonder down
What's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions. I'm here with our #1 qualifier, Dirk Stratton. Dirk, how does it feel to be #1?
Feeling great. We've got a ton of confidence coming into today, and we're just ready to throw down.
What are some of the challenges that you faced this season of Klutch Kickers?
Mainly the temperature, just keeping the car cool. You know, we don't have a ton of room here to run the car to keep it cool, you know, airflow-wise. So just keeping the car cool and keeping it on track. Consistency is the biggest thing. So the more laps you can make here, I don't care who you are. If you just started out, you're a ex-pro like me, whatever, seat time's the key.
So tell everybody what, like, your experience, your history. A lot of the people that are watching know you already, but there are going to be a lot of people that don't know you. So fill us in on your background.
Yeah, so I started out 2015 with this car in MDU, won the Pro-Am Championship, got our Pro 2 license, went to Pro 2, ran Pro 2 for 2 years, got Rookie of the Year, went into Pro 1, and we got Rookie of the Year in that as well. We had a really good time. Things got kind of tough in 2019. We had a lot of issues with the car. So we decided to kind of take a more of a fun approach and do events like this and grid life and just have fun with it. That's why we do it.
Yeah. Well, I have to just personally tell you that I'm not really a big fan of the Corvette drifting, but like you have changed my thought, and I love your car. What inspired like the design and the color and everything?
Yeah, so really, when we built the car in 2015, there really were no Corvettes out there, not many, a few here and there in the past. So we wanted to just take a different approach and keep it kind of simple, look like a nice, clean street car. Okay. And that's where we went with it, just make it look clean and showy.
So now we're going to go back to Klutch Kickers. As far as Klutch Kickers, what do you think it is about this series that sets it apart from everybody else?
The driving. I mean, a lot of what they say is it's all for the drivers, and it really is. We get a lot of seat time, and there's a ton of good dudes that come out here and drive. It doesn't matter who it is. And the track, the size of it, it's a leveling for the cars. So it doesn't matter if you've got a 300 horsepower car or 800 horsepower car. Everybody has a chance because of the size of the track.
Right. It comes down to the driver a lot of times. What would you say you enjoy most about Klutch Kickers?
just being able to come out here and you know, of course you're taking it serious because you want to do well, but you know what? If you take it too serious and it doesn't become fun anymore, what are you doing here? You know, it's about having fun.
Yeah. So this year of drifting, do you have anything that you'd say you're grateful for this year?
I'm just grateful for all my friends and family, really, that helped me out. Without them, I wouldn't be able to do this at all. So, of course, you know, all my sponsors, Lingenfelder Performance Engineering and Oracle Lighting, Conseil Wheels, everybody really helps me out a lot and wouldn't be able to do it without them. But the support from my family is great. Just everybody putting a hand in.
What did you do to prepare for today's competition? Anything different than normal?
Nothing crazy. You know, we got here about 7:15. You know, get here early, get the car out, get it warmed up, you know, lift it up, nut and bolt it, check it over, but nothing crazy.
Good deal. Is there, for those that are watching today, how can they find you on Instagram or Facebook?
Instagram's just Dirk_Stratton and official Dirk Stratton on Facebook.
I'm going to hit you with the lightning round questions. Okay, are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right, simple questions, 5 questions. Are you ready? We're going to go. 1, 2, 3. Cat or dog?
Cat.
Ocean or lake?
Ocean.
RB or Jay-Z?
Neither.
Oh, that's what Pat Good said. Okay, we're going to go with, oh, you totally threw me off there. Sweet or spicy?
Spicy.
Spicy man here, Dirk Stratton. Thank you for your time. We look forward to you. Number 1 qualifier. He walked away with $1,000 yesterday. Guys, stay tuned. Keep an eye on this man. Woo! All right, Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions. We're back here for the final round of Klutch Kickers, and I'm with my boy Nate Hamilton. Nate, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. Friday's practice went really well. Sorted a few things out on the car, but she's feeling as good as she has all year.
Okay, so Nate, I'm going to get right into it. You got a little redemption, not just amongst the drivers, but amongst the way the judging went last time. How you feeling, and is that affecting you mentally with that touch-and-go wall today?
Oh, okay, yeah. So I definitely understand there was like a lot of press about it or whatever. You know, as a driver, I did make a mistake. I didn't think it was that gnarly of a mistake, but it is what it is. It's a judge sport, and it's uncommon for me to wash the front end on entry. So obviously, I put myself at risk right there. With that being said, no mental like haziness about it. I came into this round super clear, over it, not even thinking about it. And my goal is to make sure that every moment this weekend counts.
So we're going to wrap up here, but so how do you feel about the season this year?
Klutch Kickers is amazing, man. Like, to be honest, like we said, I don't know if I'm signing a full season next year, but no matter what, this is a destination point right now. The amount of like variety and driving is huge. So like, it's a high recommend. They're killing it. They're consistent. The Castleberries have done everything they told me they would do, and I really want to big that up and say thank you to them for putting this on.
Yeah, we definitely want to thank the Castleberries, the Klutch Kickers crew, and just to build on top of that, when you were talking about that, we got 3 drivers from South Africa. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, man, I love it, dude. Like, I get to say hi to them. We get to meet. It's a good marketplace for everybody. Like, that's what I'm saying. And especially because this is the last round, the vibes are way up between the drivers. I feel like it's like a high school reunion where we're all like, are you coming back next year? I don't know. Oh, yeah.
No, I definitely get that vibe, and I could feel the excitement. Just we have a full driver's field as well. Yeah. So, guys, this is not the end. This may be the end of the season, but there are bigger and better things. Klutch Kickers 2022 is going to go up bigger and better. Yep, sure. What's up, everybody? Tim Murphy with Drift Sessions here, and I'm here with the driver that's come all the way from South Africa. Mozambique, all the way from Mozambique. So what brings you to Klutch Kickers, all the way from Mozambique?
We made a race there for qualifying, and I was the one that qualified here together with my 3 mates here, and that's why we came all the way down here.
So how does it feel to be here at Klutch Kickers and not watching it on TV?
It's very emotional because it was one of my dreams to compete overseas, and since a child I was dreaming this. I started with motocross and now drifting. I always dreamed to compete overseas, and now this is a dream coming true now.
So you had a chance to practice yesterday. I saw you practicing a little bit. What's your impression of Klutch Kickers now that you're here?
This is a very competitive drifting competition, and I'm trying my best because of the steering wheel. It's on the left side. We usually drift on the right side. It's very difficult for me, especially on the last corner there. I'm struggling to get it, but I'll get it.
It's a very fun track. I've driven it before, and everybody has a good time. So what would you say you enjoy most about being here for this weekend?
I could tell everything, starting from the food, the environment, everything here. It's awesome. It's amazing.
So as a driver, how long have you been driving?
I started drifting like professionally in 2015.
Are there any other motorsports that you did prior to drifting?
Yeah, I did motocross, quad bikes, and jet ski racings.
So over in Africa, what do you? Is there a competition series, or how do you guys go to different racetracks? What do you got over there as far as drifting?
We have competitions there, like national competitions, like championships. Yeah, and that's what we do there.
And how long have you been competing over in Africa?
Since 2015, so it's like 6 years. Drifting. Motocross I started in 2004.
Do you believe that competition experience from motocross has helped you in drifting?
Of course, because of the focus, the mindset, yeah, it helps a lot.
What would you say to all your fans and the people at home that see you driving in America today? What kind of inspirational words could you give them?
I'd like them to help me with thoughts and stuff, and they could cheer for me there. They could watch the live stream, and I think it will help a lot.
Is this something we may see you back again next season?
Probably. I'll fight for that.
Hopefully we can get some people to help sponsor these guys and bring them over for us, because what they bring to this competition, we say it all the time, the live stream, we see people from all over the world watching, but now we have people from all over the world driving. So a final question, do you have any sponsors or friends or family that you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my father first, because he's the main sponsor for me to be here. And my family, my brothers and sisters and my mother, everybody from Mozambique, I'd like to thank them because they're helping me, even with the comments on Instagram, WhatsApp, they're always supporting me. I'd like to thank all of them for that. And the Federation, Mozambican Federation for Motorcycle and Automobilism, and the whole Mozambique country, I'd like to thank all of them, all the nations.
So those are people that are watching you today. Where can they find you on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube?
My Instagram is Shakeel Bakar, ShakeelBacir, like straight in here, in my T-shirt. This is my Instagram. They can find me there, Facebook, and yeah.
Okay. Good deal, guys. Check them out. All the way from Africa, Mozambique, over here to show the Klutch Kicker drivers what's up. Right? Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. Good luck today. We'll be rooting you on.
Thank you very much.
And welcome to the finals. This is the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series Round 5 Season 2 finale. And I'm super pumped about all the battles that we've already seen that have just lined up after yesterday's qualifying. What do you think, Noel?
We have a full field, or close to a full field, of 63 drivers. Dirk Stratton only the only byrun of the top 64. But speaking of the championship, that means that Alec Honadell does not have a quick pass to the 32, but to secure the championship, he has to make it to top 16.
Right. So it's not a given yet. The current points leader is Alec Honadell, and Ben Julian closely chasing him. Right. So Ben Julian, his goal is he wants to take the podium today. And I guess you don't want to hope bad things on your friends, because most of these drivers are close friends and they love driving together. But when competition starts, right, you kind of fingers are crossed. Maybe we saw Alec Honadell spin on his first qualifying run.
Yeah.
So it's not impossible to say that he won't make a big mistake today. So I know the nerves are going up and everybody's getting excited. So let's see how today pans out.
Yeah, and in front of us now, we do see the qualifying leaderboard. You can see Dirk Stratton in first place, Randy Noah in second, Adam LZ, Alec Honadell, and Nick Castleberry rounding out your top 5 in qualifying. And here we have the brackets, or really just the matchups for today. Dirk Stratton, of course, with the bye. We're going to get into a really crazy one right off the bat with Fielding Shredder and Josiah Falaise. Harrison Johnson and George Thomas, awesome battle there. Kelsey Rawlings and Indy Minjares. We have Troy Manners and Colette Davis.
It's a stacked roster. You got Nate Hamilton against Fellow. You just see so many possibilities that could just come down. And after witnessing a lot of the mechanical failures yesterday, right, take some drivers out, it's going to be interesting to see how their cars hold up under these fierce battles.
Right. So, I mean, and right off the top 64, great battles. Usually we have to wait till top 16, top 32, you know, to get to really hard battles, but we're starting off strong today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, as you can see in the camera right now, those are our judges. We have Passionate Pat Gooden is on the left, Dwayne Ramsey in the center, and Will Parsons filling in the gap right there on the right. And these are our 3 judges, and as you could tell, we have about almost 50 years of experience between the 3 of them, so they have been out here all weekend and just dissecting these runs, and they're going to have their hands full today, that's for sure.
Of course, the judges having the hardest job of the weekend, so kudos to them. As you can see,
yeah, it's hard to eat chips and a burger with the same. How do you do that, Pat?
drinking Powerade
I'm
right there.
impressed.
Yeah, look.
Wow, tough job. That's why they make the big money right there.
Will's stretching right there.
Yeah, I think he does
Making sure.
yoga. Have you seen Will? I've seen him do. He gets his little yoga pants on. It's interesting.
Yeah, interesting. There we go to the starting line, just getting it cleaned up. And there you see Dirk Stratton getting ready for his bye run in the burnout box there. As you know, or if you've been watching from previous rounds, the bye run, the driver only has to just get off the line. That's all he needs to do. But, of course, most of these drivers want to put on a show, so we'll see a little bit of drifting right off the bat here.
And I'll tell you right now, just looking at the field, typically we have more than one bye run. There were a total of 80 drivers registered. Right, and we ran through qualifying. There were some mechanical failures, unfortunately, with Will Couch. He had apparently, what I heard, it was the electric wire or the wiring that went to his fuel pump caught on fire, and he was unable to make the repair. And unfortunately, he was not able to compete. And we've seen that with some other drivers in the past.
So here we go with Dirk Stratton.
Yep, Dirk Stratton going to take his bye run. Now, when they're running tandem, there will be a light at the start line. When that light shuts off, these drivers will shoot out of the gate, just like Dirk Stratton is, work their way around the course, trying to get as deep into that first outer zone as possible. As you can see, Dirk Stratton doing an excellent job in filling in the zones. And we're switching back. This is the outer zone. The key to this outer zone for the judges is to completely fill it out as wide as possible and get into the zone as early as possible. Just the same as the third and final outer zone, as Dirk Stratton just puts a clinic down, making his way through the track. What a way to start the event.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, the Corvettes, they do have a short rear bumper, so it's a little bit tougher on those cars to get into the outer zones and the touch and go, because mentally you're thinking there's more to the car, but there's not a lot back there. So
right, less forgiving, not too much crumple zone, right?
Yeah.
Do I see a pool? Is that a pool?
Is that is a pool?
That is.
Is that? Oh, Klutch Kickers now has a pool. Looks like that.
Yeah, I think that was brought to you by Drift HQ.
I believe so. It looks like it's VIP only, because I see how it's roped off, and the guy in the red shirt looks like a security guard.
Yeah.
So you probably need to have your pass. Yeah, he looks tough.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with him.
No, definitely don't want to mess with him.
Yeah.
And there's Joel from Drift HQ, Film HQ. I got to hang out with him during the filming of the Getaway Driver, so it was great to catch and spend the weekend with him. Look at that, man. Beautiful, man. I like those sunglasses, my man. That's right. Drift HQ, always a favorite when we come out here.
Yep.
Always supporting the drifters. So here we go. First lineup, Fielding Shredder. We just got to talk to him a little while ago. He's going to be leading, and Josiah's going to be giving chase. Yep. I'm excited. Let's see how it goes, folks. And away they go. Fielding Shredder going to try to put a gap on Josiah as they work their way down. Wow, Josiah. Oh.
Restart?
I don't know. We shall see.
The lights,
yep, the light. There is a restart light there, folks. It's very so. The way they have the light set up is with the chase and the lead driver. The lead driver has to leave the line as soon as the light shuts off. They do, from what I understand, they do allow the chase driver to jump the light a split second in order to be able to have a close proximity as they work their way down.
Right.
Now, the chase driver is required to allow a lot room for the lead driver to initiate however he feels fit. We see a lot of the lead drivers, a lot of drivers out here, they will do like a manji entrance as they initiate into the first outer zone. So those chase drivers have to be sure to do a delicate balance there. They want to be close, but they have to give way to the lead driver. It's very important.
So it was one strike for fielding, for jumping.
Yeah,
okay,
there's a 3-strike rule,
Right.
Fielding, sponsored by Culture and Kenda Tires.
Yep.
And then you have Josiah Falaise in the Drift HQ FDF. Actually, he is the owner of FDF.
Yeah. So putting his product to the test, showing everybody that's reliable and very useful in these competition scenarios. And here we go. Round 2 as they make their way through. Fielding is going to try to pull that gap. Josiah doing a good job of giving chase. Wow, Josiah diving in pretty well. Maintaining that half to maybe. Whoa! Wow, Fielding Shredder run a little wide there. Holds it together, gets deep into that touch and go, making his way. You know Fielding Shredder, this man has done battle over and over again. He's definitely a well-seasoned driver, making his way through in the lead run, and Josiah doing a great job of making the corrections he needs and trying to keep the constant proximity as they make their way through the track.
Yeah, it looked like Josiah was attacking a little too hard there, approaching the inner clip coming out of outer zone 1 there. But we're going to see in the replay if we can catch anything that maybe Fielding might have done, but we're not too sure yet.
As you see, and just looking in the pits there, the pits are packed. And there's plenty of spectators out here. There's a lot of good vendors. And we have Fun Haver out here selling merchandise. And as I was saying yesterday, if you go to their website, and you type in Kick 25, you'll be able to receive 25% off. So you definitely want to check those out. But now we're going back to the action here as they switch roles. Josiah is going to lead, and Fielding Shredder is going to give chase.
Is there a hold on the line here?
Just waiting. Just make sure the cars get set up. These cars have the guys at the line want to make sure there's no fluid dripping or anything like that. Wow, Fielding Shredder a little too early out the gate. That's going to be interesting how the judge is going to call that. Fielding Shredder was side by side by Josiah, trying to make sure he puts that pressure on Josiah, but Fielding Shredder reeling him back in now as they work. Whoa, Fielding Shredder really cutting that line to gain proximity. And they're making their way. Josiah just putting on a smoke show. Wow, look at Fielding Shredder diving right in. There's already an accident. Wow, look at that, folks. This is going to be an exciting... Did he hit him again? Did he hit him again? He's like, hey, take this. Pow!
Let me give you a little kiss.
They're stuck. Oh, they're stuck together.
Oh, they merged. They have merged together. And now they're going to become... Isn't that like Vegeta and Goku? Then they merged. They did like a little dance.
Yeah, they have a little...
So maybe they're going to go Super Saiyan. I don't know.
That was very interesting. Of course, we already knew that Josiah had a mistake on his first run, there. But then now in the lead, he was making a couple mistakes. But Fielding was being very aggressive to the point where now he ran into Josiah there and causing the spin. Well, of course... It looks like he caused the spin, right? We don't know exactly the way from the camera that we have.
There's a good view there. They're locked together. They're locking lips as we're going to try to pry them apart.
I think his crash bar setup ate into...
They interlocked with crash bars.
Maybe.
So now the judges got to go back and watch the rerun, and they're going to have to decide who's at fault in this situation. The driver that is not at fault will be a lot of the time necessary to fix his car.
Yeah.
Should this go for one more time? Right now, the judges should have enough information, or most likely will have enough information to decide a winner, depending on who they decide is at fault here.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting call. So.
No, it will definitely be an interesting call. Right now, you can see the Klutch Kickers team. They got their hands full. Fielding Shredder is definitely not a stranger to putting his car to the test and bump. He's no stranger.
He's no stranger
to running into stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and take this quick little minute here to go thank some of the sponsors. I want to thank the Island Resort Hotel, the official accommodation of the $100,000 Klutch Kickers Drift Series. I want to thank BC Racing Coilovers, Chase Bays, Drift HQ, mobile parts trailer on-site providing drivers with all needed parts to get back on track. Grip Royal, the official steering wheel of the $100,000 Drift Series. Ignite Racing Fuel, and we have Nitrous Outlet, RTS Race Tech Services, Kensei Wheels, custom wheels with the focus on quality and innovation, but not to break the bank. Tire Streets, Action Clutch. Clutch is built to outperform the competition. Liquid Moly, Cosmo Tires, ECU Masters. So we want to thank all our sponsors out here today that have helped make this event possible.
Right off the bat, I mean, into the actual first battle, I mean, we're getting plenty of action as it is. So this is already a great start to the Top 64, brought to you by Drift HQ.
So we need a truck with like just a big spatula. Just get a big spatula, get underneath there, lift them off.
No, we just need a helicopter.
A helicopter. There you go.
There we go. There we go.
Pick them up, and they separate them. Oh,
Yeah, they used a jack to lift one car up, and
They were hooked like that, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
I wonder if they can get their cars fixed in the amount of time that they have.
if it's going to go one more time, or whoever moves on, if there is a winner, that person should have enough time. Yeah, it does look like
I'm
his
pretty
front
sure it punctured his tire. Look at it, it punctured his headlight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Core Culture, they're
Something's bouncing.
one of Fielding Shredder's sponsors, as well as Ken the Tire, as he makes his way off the track. Hopefully, if he does move on, he'll be able to fix whatever he's got to fix, and the same goes for Josiah. If whoever is basically warded, I see whoever's warded at fault will probably be the person going home early.
He definitely pushed hard.
Yeah.
Well, we talked to Fielding Shredder earlier in the pits, and he said the thing he's trying to work out is because he does feel like he's underpowered for a lot of the field. So timing that light, right? So as we mentioned earlier, there's a start light for that lead driver, and the chase driver is allotted jump, right? But timing that jump, it doesn't have a countdown. It's just once that light goes off, the lead driver is required to take off.
Right.
So it's an interesting game. You don't want to time it wrong because it could totally mess up your run.
Right. Yeah, but of course, Fielding Shredder, living up to his last name, shredding his car already. We've seen him do this a lot, but I mean that's part of his excitement, right? You know, he's always pushing hard, and you just never know with Fielding. And then of course, but you were saying like, he might feel underpowered versus some of these cars. Unfortunately, he went up against Josiah, which has a pro spec built car that who knows how much power that thing has, a lot, right? And that thing is very responsive, and it's made to it's made to be competitive. So I could see why Fielding was pushing hard to go after the win there. We're still waiting on the decision from the judges to see what happens here. Both
drivers, excellent drivers, but as you mentioned, with Fielding Shredder,
is he pulling that car?
That's a strong man right there. No, I don't think he's pulling. I think he's holding the bumper. But Fielding Shredder, and I think that's why a lot of his fans love him so much, is because he's 110%, and he throws that car at anything.
Yeah.
And this is actually Fielding Shredder first time competing at the Klutch Kickers.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see him back next season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Besides, cars looks okay.
It does.
I guess you'll probably have to go and check it out and see how bad the toe is off. I'm sure they probably maybe bent the tie rod or something.
Well, here we go.
All right, just a little bit of track cleanup. Make sure there's not any dirt on the line there. And then we should be getting back right into action.
Yep, and there you go. I got Mr. Klutch Kickers himself, Mike Castleberry, out there. He just assembled a well-oiled machine. That Klutch Kicker staff is out here. Everybody doing their job and just contributing so much, right? You have volunteers and the staff and everybody that's out here this event could not happen without them.
And we got a decision.
Oh, we do?
Yep. Josiah advances.
Okay, so Josiah will advance. Unfortunately, Fielding Shredder getting a little too aggressive in the pocket there. Doing a great job for his first time out here competition. Fielding, we want you back, buddy. Come back next season. I don't like seeing people get taken out so much, especially he's one of my favorite drivers out there I watch on YouTube and follow as well.
Yeah, up next we're going to be seeing Harrison Johnson and George Thomas coming to the line as soon as we get the track cleaned up and ready to go. Harrison Johnson in that beautiful FCRX7 that we love that car. It looks so good.
Beautiful car.
And then we have George Thomas in another good-looking car, his S14, the Monster Performance S14, that is. If you don't know what an S14 is, it's a Nissan 240SX from 95 to 98.
Yep.
In fact, there's an S14 on the screen right now, which is Magic Mike's right there.
Yeah, and to mention that, you guys, a lot of these drivers, they're out there selling merch, so if anybody that's at the event, go ahead and walk through the pits when you get a chance and support these drivers. Magic Mike is selling his Opposition Motorsports merch, and we have Kappa Cardosa. He's got his merch. Mike Jones has his merch out here, and I think Alberto Big Boost, he has merch out here. So just make your way through the pits. We do have some excellent vendors here, but it's also important as fans and drivers supporting each other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important, I would say. Drifting, and especially at the competitive level, it's expensive. So, I mean, helping each other out like that definitely helps. At every dollar counts, I would say.
There's Harrison Johnson at the start line. It's waiting on George Thomas.
I love the FC. I'm glad we're still seeing him in there. It's funny, though.
The S13 chassis, the late 80s, early 90s, 240 chassis, has just been a tried and true chassis from the beginning of drifting, right?
Yeah.
You've seen them when drifting was just
I
getting
think of
to the
Haraguchi
States.
anytime I see it. Haraguchi slammed yellow. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, that car was incredible.
But you don't see a lot of the other cars, right? So to see an FC out here battling out, it's just amazing. We have 2 of them out here today.
Yeah, we do. Here we go.
Here we go. Harrison's going to lead. George Thomas is going to give chase. And here we go. They both enter. George trying to tuck in behind Johnson as they make their way through the first outer zone. Harrison looks to be a good lead run following through the zones pretty well from what I could tell here. No, a little shaky there, but George Thomas going to try to reel them in as they make their way through the second outer zone and flick it into the third and final outer zone. While low correction there by George Thomas causing them to fade back. Overall, pretty good lead run from Harrison. George Thomas not really maintaining a consistent proximity through the track, but doing a good job following.
I did see some left foot brake in there. At least I thought I saw the wheel locked up when going around the third zone.
Yeah, I can confirm I saw that as well. You could see that George Thomas was making a lot of adjustments to his line to keep up with Harrison Johnson there, making a few mistakes through outer zone 1, entering outer zone 2. You can see he straightened out because he was just on the wrong line there. And then outer zone 3, making that approach, he got a little wonky there as well. Harrison Johnson with a good lead run that I think that the judges are going to be happy with.
Yeah.
What does the chat say? What do you think won that round?
Yeah, we like to see in the chat if you guys root on your favorite driver, and but the drivers now are lined up. George Thomas now going to lead. Harrison Johnson going to give chase. Harrison Johnson, interesting strategy. He's kind of sitting far back there. It looks almost like he's going to go for like a rolling start.
Right.
We've seen that work pretty well. That little rolling start. I believe Ben Julian and Taylor Ray utilize that tactic a lot of times when they're giving chase in order to have that momentum going across the start, to be able to be side by side with that lead driver and be able to just maintain that proximity. The job for the chase driver is to put as much pressure utilizing that lead driver as almost a mobile clipping point and work their way around the track. So if the lead driver is not putting a great lead line down, it's still required that chase driver just stays with them. Even if it's not a great lead run, the chase driver has to stay with him, and that's what the judges are going to be looking for. So they're really putting a lot of pressure on that lead driver to put a solid 100-point qualifying score.
Yeah. We used to have a saying.
Oh, what was it saying?
It takes a good lead run for a good chase run, but really after talking to a few drivers, I think the adjustment would be a good lead run allows more opportunity for a good chase run.
Correct.
So, but I really didn't see anything from this perspective for Harrison Johnson.
But here they go. Okay, there you go. Harrison rolling start as they work their way down the straight. George Thomas always aggressive on entry. Let's see how Harrison does giving chase. Seems like he's doing a pretty good job there, maintaining about a car or so gap between the two of them. Now Harrison's going to want to dive in for the attack right around the outer zone number 2 as they worked away. Harrison doing a good job following. George Thomas running a nice wide line. Well, Harrison almost got lost in the smoke there, as now you see he's way inside on outer zone number 3, and George dropping a tire, but I don't think that's going to affect him too much.
Yeah, I don't think it's really going to... It looked like Harrison Johnson did not make the same mistakes that George Thomas did. So maybe the judges are seeing something that we can't. But
judges are able to utilize multiple camera angles.
Got Harrison Johnson with the win for that one.
There you go. Harrison Johnson's going to advance on to the top 32. Unfortunately, George Thomas with monster performance is going to have to call it a weekend.
Yeah, it was a cool battle. Cars with very similar color schemes, red car, white wheels.
Yeah.
So
maybe they're going to try to recruit Harrison Johnson.
Yeah,
luckily they weren't both S14s, that would have been, or both
Yeah.
FCs. That would have been interesting.
Yeah. Up next, it looks like we're going to be seeing Indy Minjares versus Kelsey Rawlings. There's Kelsey right there in the burnout box in her Nissan 240SX, powered by a Ford engine. Of all V8s, she chooses a Ford engine.
It's not just any Ford engine, though.
It's a Coyote. It's really a 5.0 Illuminator crate engine.
So it's a tried and true, proven platform.
Oh yeah, she's had that engine for what, about 7, almost 8 years now, and she hasn't done very much to it, and it keeps running.
Yeah, she is definitely happy with that motor. We were able to catch up with her on an interview in one of the previous rounds, and she just said it's just a well sorted out platform, and it hasn't given her any trouble.
Right. There we have Indy in his 350Z, powered by an LS as well. Well, his car is powered by an LS, like many cars out here, making Kelsey's car very unique in that sense. But Kelsey's already at the line. We're going to be seeing Indy pull up. There he is. We're about ready to battle here. This should be a really exciting one.
All right, here we go. Kelsey Rawlings going to lead. Indica going to give chase, and they both start off at the same time. And here we go. Kelsey, pedal to the metal as they make their way down the track initiating. There's about a car or so distance. Kelsey going to, getting deep into the outer zone. Indica really going offline there, it looks like, as they make their way into the second outer zone. Kelsey holding it together pretty well, and Indica's trying to close that gap, running a more inside line than Kelsey. Kelsey did a good job running nice and wide, and here they go around the third and final outer zone. Indica was able to get back up on to Kelsey Rawlings, but it might be a little too late. It's interesting to see how that's going to play on how deep Kelsey Rawlings got into outer zone number 1. I know the judges want her there.
Oh, here we go.
Early, so let's see.
Here's a BC Racing replay. You can see Kelsey Rawlings initiating by really early. Nice outer zone there, but then Indy just could not keep it up with her. She does tap the inside cone, and then here comes Indy to run it over. She has a great lead line. Indy just doing everything he can to catch up, but that mistake in outer zone 1, I think, is going to be a lot to make up for. He's going to have to force a mistake out of Kelsey in the second run.
Yeah, Kelsey did a great job with her lead run. That was definitely a good qualifying lead run, and that's what the judge is looking for. As a lead driver, you're to fill all the zones and get all the clipping points and just shoot for a high qualifying lead run. But here we go. Indica going to lead. Kelsey going to give chase. Kelsey looks like she's giving him a little room so she can maybe dive in on his door, and she does look like she's diving. Oh, major mistake there by Indica. Wow, maybe he wanted to go around the zone.
Yeah, he wanted to make it an inner clip.
Yeah, maybe it was an inner clip, yeah. And Indica, he's still going. Kelsey, not required to drift the rest of the track. The judges did specify in the driver's meeting, if the lead driver does anything that would equate to a 0, whether it's 2 or more tires off the track, a spinning out or opening of a door or hatch, if that happens during the lead driver's run, the chase driver is not required to finish his run or her run.
Right, so it seems, I think it seems pretty obvious. Of course, we're going to wait for the judge's call on this, but I really don't see this going any other way here, so we'll see.
Yep, we'll see.
Maybe they saw a mistake that Kelsey made as well, because it happened pretty close to the same time.
Right.
You know?
Well, we'll see. You know, like you said, Indica was leading that round, so the judges out there are going to come up with a decision, and I'm sure we'll have something shortly. So I want you guys to just get a little glimpse of what the prizes are today. So first place today is going to receive $10,000 and a Grip Royal steering wheel. Second place will get $5,000 and a Grip Royal steering wheel. Third place will receive $3,500 with a Grip Royal steering wheel. Fourth place, $1,000. Fifth place will get $500 today. And 6th through 16th payouts at Klutch Kickers, which is basically unheard of in just about any drift series I've ever been to, are going to receive $400, which is basically giving them the reimbursement for entering the competition. Now, there are only 40 drivers that are entered in the championship series, and those 40 drivers gain and acquire points throughout the season, and those are the drivers that are in contention for the championship. So right now, Alec Hunnadale, he's the number 1 in points right now, and Ben Julian is trying to chase him down.
Yeah, and it's really a tall order for Ben Julian. I mean, he's gonna need a little bit of a miracle, knowing how Alec Hunnadale has been throughout the season. He's been really hard to beat, but anything is possible here today at the Klutch Kickers Drift Series. I want to see how it pans out, because if Alec Hunnadale makes it to the top 16, it is secured for him. If he makes it to the top 32 and gets eliminated there, and Ben Julian wins,
we got a decision. Kelsey Rawlings wins.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
There
Kelsey Rawlings will advance on to the top 32, and it looks like she's going to be battling Harrison Johnson.
Yeah.
In the top 32.
That's a good battle there.
Yep, and Josiah Falls will be going against Dirk Stratton already, the Top 32 bracket starting to fill its way out.
Yep.
You guys can check out the live bracket if you follow Klutch Kickers on Instagram or Facebook, or check out their website.
We'll post it in the chat just right now again.
Yeah, there you go. There's a link in the chat. If you guys click on that link, that is a live bracket. You will have to refresh it. It will not refresh itself.
Right.
So just as the event goes on, just go ahead and continue to refresh that bracket. Click that link, and you'll be able to stay up to date on who's coming up next and who wins and loses.
Up next, we have Troy Manners and Colette Davis. Troy Manners is using his S14.5 from last season. And we also have Colette Davis borrowing a car, the Fun Haver Fox Body Mustang that is owned by Von Gittin Jr.
Wow.
So that's a big deal here. She has been getting a little more comfortable with the car as the weekend has progressed.
She's done a phenomenal job, though, jumping into a car she's never driven before.
Yeah.
Set up not the way she would probably set up her own car.
Yeah.
And then coming out here, being able to qualify and battle it out today. So hats off to Mrs. Colette Davis, as she is right there in the Fun Haver Mustang. And Troy Manners, he's got his hands full, but he's going to go ahead and lead, and there they go. Wow, Troy Manners putting about a car and a half gap on Colette as they work their way down the track. Can Colette reel him back in? Let's see. Troy Manners, he's going to get on the throttle right about here. Full throttle, work her way, get deep into that touch and go. Could have got a little deeper, but making his way, and there you go. Colette diving in, trying to catch. Oh, kind of a big wobble there by Colette Davis as she comes through the second outer zone. Troy looks like he's doing a good job holding it together. Well, they made it through. No incident. That's good.
Yeah, you can see that Colette Davis losing a lot of angle there through outer zone 2, which is a critical part of the course because the judges are right there. They're analyzing every little thing, especially on that part of the course. So I think this is going to be, and she started off really far back. She was able to catch up, but of course she didn't have a lot of angle throughout the course either. So this is definitely an uphill battle for Colette, but we'll see. Anything can happen here. Troy Manners has to follow a car that is not ideal to follow,
right
at this point, because he has a fully built car versus, I love that Fox Body. It's one of my favorite grassroots cars ever, but
right.
Let's be real here.
Well, it's not to say that it's not possible, right? Here we go. Colette Davis taking off down the straight. Troy Manners on this right out of back bumper as they initiate. Let's see as they make their way. Oh, Colette a little slow, a little late into her initiation there as they make their way through into the touch and go. Does a good job filling out that touch and go. And here she goes flicking into the second outer zone. Troy Manners starting to dive in for that attack as they make their way out of the second outer zone, and they're both going to flick into that third. Wow, Troy Manners diving in, trying to get that as close as he can to that Fun Haver Mustang that Colette was driving, and there we go.
Yeah, you can see that on the initiation, she did not fully initiate by the last standing cone, and if I remember correctly, the judges said that it will be a 0 if she does not make it, or
right.
if a driver does not initiate by then. So
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges saw there.
So there are multiple camera angles that the judges have access to, like 4 or 5 different camera angles that we don't have access to, that they're able to utilize to just dissect every part of the run. But did we get a call?
Yeah. Yep, there it is. Troy Manners advances to the top 32. It was a good battle. Colette did everything she could in the top 64 presented by Drift HQ.
She did a good job in a borrowed car.
Yeah.
So
can't knock on her for that.
Nope. So next up, it looks like we are going to have Sarah Harrow versus Cabot Cardozo.
Yeah, this is a very hard. This is going to be a very hard fought battle. They had pretty similar scores. So Sarah Harrow qualifying 41st and Cabot Cardozo in 24th. Although that sounds like a big spread. It's the middle of the field had very similar scores.
Yeah. So you got the Drift HQ crew there. I could see Emerson Noguera and his pops over there, right, watching the competition. Who's that in the pool? Is that Cricket?
No. Well,
I don't know. Can't tell. Camera move. Oh, there you go. That's Cabot right there in that bright yellow ECM Motorsports 350Z. And now we're just waiting for Sarah Harrow to work her way up to the start line. And this is going to be a good battle. Both drivers have been at almost every round of Klutch Kickers this season, I believe, correct?
Yeah, actually, Sarah, I think she started in round 2.
Okay.
But Cabot has been here for every round. And Cabot's car, his livery gets cooler and cooler every event. Like,
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what the car's gonna look like next year.
Yeah. Cabot, one of the younger drivers out there. He's maybe a few years of experience, but he's been driving nonstop. If you guys follow him on Instagram or Facebook, he's been doing a great job just, and Sarah as well, just building on their experience, battling out over different events as well. Here they go. Wow, Sarah trying to get that jump out the hole as, wow, Cabot was able to pull away at the last minute. Now here they go through the first outer zone. Sarah's going to try to reel in Cabot as they make their way into the touch and go. And Sarah almost there with Cabot, trying to close that door, but Cabot doing a great job putting a solid lead run down, staying nice and wide, pulling on the throttle there. It's going to give him a lot of points in the style department. And here we go. Sarah just dropping a little too far back in that little V6 Mustang. Somebody's getting the power.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens when they turn around there. But you can see that Sarah did get lost in the smoke approaching the touch and go area, where she did have a small straightening there. Cabot Cardoso, of course, putting down a great lead run there. But that car is just a rocket ship, you know, and it's a lot to deal with when, you know, you only have 300 horsepower.
And it's come a long way.
Yeah.
I remember last round, it was almost like a stock 350Z he was competing in.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens here on the turnaround.
Now they're going to switch roles, and Sarah Harrow is now going to lead, and Cabot Cardozo will give chase in this top 64 brought to you by Drift HQ. And here we go. Cabot going to try to enter almost right on the back bumper of Sarah Harrow as they work their way through the first outer zone. Sarah looks like she's doing a good job getting deep into the outer zone. Now she's kind of flicking shallow angle through that touch and go, but Cabot Cardozo now is going to try to close that door. Whoa, major mistake. Cardozo. We've seen this before, and you never know what's going to happen. Now the judges are going to have to decide if it's something that Sarah did that might have thrown Cabot Cardozo off. But Cabot Cardozo, major mistake in that second outer zone.
Yeah, I did not really see a mistake that would have caused that. And now we gotta compare that mistake to Sarah's mistake in her chase.
Right.
To see what the judges have to say about that.
Right. I mean, we're definitely not the judges up here. We are basically watching exactly what you guys see on the live stream. And the judges have a different vantage point when the driver's going through the second outer zone. The drivers are right there, so any mistake right in front of the driver's face is going to weigh very heavily. The outer zone number 3 is much further away, and the initiation and the beginning of the first outer zone is also much further away from the drivers. But once they come out of outer zone number 1, work their way into the touch and go, obviously they want the drivers to get in early to the second outer zone.
The judges are going to review the footage. It's going to take a little while.
Okay.
So if you want to go over through something as far as the sponsors and what we have out today's event.
So what I want to go ahead and thank the vendors and make sure everybody out there is staying hydrated. It's cool mornings, but it's been a very hot and sunny, beautiful days. But everybody, all these drivers out there, they're in these cars. These cars are up to 110, 120 degrees inside. And we need the drivers to make sure they're constantly being hydrated. And pit crew, you want to make sure your drivers staying hydrated. And all those people that are out there in the sun, walking around, it's a beautiful day, but it's very easy to forget how important hydration is. We've seen in the past people get hurt, and just it's important. We want everybody to enjoy this event safely without incident. That being said, there's plenty of vendors here that you guys can go get something to drink or eat. But we're going to go ahead and take a break, and we're going to run some ads. You guys stay tuned.
You shall not pass inspection. Oh shit, it's Huffy. Get over here!
Fatality.
You monster. Why would you torch a bottle? Just go to nitrosalad.com. We have so many options.
Papa, I'm coming, Papa.
you guys can come out and win 20 grand a round.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
We are the boys.
Ready to die for my
And we're back. As you guys can see, we're just going to go ahead and fill you in as Cabot Cardoza did advance in that last round. But up next, we have Marco Garza, which is going to lead, and Reese Marin, which is going to give chase. So drivers are both lined up, but as I said before, Sarah Harrell was eliminated, and Cabot Cardoza will advance. What the judges said that the both drivers zeroed their
chases.
Their chases, right. So it just came down to who had a better lead run.
Yep.
And up next, like I said, Marco Garza with Drift HQ is going to lead, and Reese Marin going to give chase.
Yeah, both drivers pretty experienced here, especially Reese's experiences goes way back, 15 years plus.
Yeah, he's basically representing Club Loose out here.
Yep.
Bringing that style and that skill to this competition. And here we go. Marco doing a great job of getting his car down out of the start there really quickly. But Reese did a good job of catching up, but then dropped back as he made a slight little correction to get into the first outer zone. Wow, Reese really shaving that line as he makes his way through the touch and go. Marco doing a great job of just trying to pull away from Reese Marin as they make their way into the third and final outer zone. Reese closing that door now as they come through the third and final outer zone. Wow, Marco Garza doing a great job filling out the complete edge of that outer zone. Good job, both drivers.
Yeah, it looked as if Marco was doing a great lead run there, and it looked like Reese was really doing everything he could to catch right back up. You could see that through the touch and go area, he did not follow Marco all the way out there, and just to keep proximity with Marco there. So we're gonna see what happens when we turn this battle around.
Now Reese is going to lead, and Marco is going to give chase. And as we mentioned before, this top 64 brought to you by Drift HQ is just getting underway. We still have a full day of drifting, and a beautiful day, beautiful weather to just make it just for a great drift event all around.
Yeah, it's in the mid 80s today, and it drops into the 60s, but here we go.
All right, Reese shooting down the straight there. Marco about a car or so and a half behind as they both enter. Marco trying to close that gap, tapping the left foot brake as he makes his way through the first outer zone. Reese doing a good job trying to get deep into that first outer zone. Not as close into that touch and go as he could have been, but here he goes. Marco really far back there, not even in the camera shot. Reese, I don't know what happened to Marco. Did he have to shut it down? No, he's still there, but something is going on. That's not a typical Marco Garza chase run, that's for sure.
Yeah, Marco really falling behind there. Reese, even though he made a few mistakes in his chase run, he was able to apply pressure and keep proximity throughout the run there. So we'll see how the judges see this. We weren't able to see Marco's outer zone 2 as well, so the judges definitely were able to see it because it was right in front of them. So we'll see what the judges have to say about this run here.
Yep. Wow, Marco, I'm not sure if he's going through some technical issues or what's going on, but that is very uncharacteristic. And what does that say? That's Chris's daddy. Oh man, that's Chris's daddy. Wow. Interesting.
Whatever that means, it's still funny.
He's giving us a lot of insight into behind the scenes of these drivers, it looks like.
Yeah.
So I want to go ahead and let everybody know that we have some vendors on site here, and please check out the vendors and help support the vendors. We have Sherry's Concession stand with burgers and hot dogs and drinks, and a world famous sweet tea. Juan's Tacos. We have Yeti Ice with shaved ice and pretzels. We have Yankee Special with their JDM inspired designs. You can check them out on Instagram at Yankee Special. Fun Havers. Fun Havers has a rig out here. They actually have Chelsea DeNofa and Von Gitten's demo cars out here, so the spectators are able to walk around and get a little closer look at those cars, which is really cool. Plus, Fun Havers is also doing an online special. If you guys are listening, if you enter KICK25 at funhaver.com, you're going to receive 25% off, so you definitely want to take advantage of that.
It looks like we have a decision here. We don't have word on who it was.
Well, we'll see it on the screen shortly.
Yeah. Oh, Reese Marin.
Reese Marin is going to advance. I'm assuming that had a lot to do with Marco Garza. It was almost an inactive chase.
Yeah.
From looking at the camera right there.
Yeah.
But let me go back to what I was saying about Fun Haver. Also, I want you guys that are watching on the live stream to take note that all orders over $50 will get a Von Gittin signed Hot Wheels car.
Yeah.
And I spoke to Cody. I want to give a shout out to Cody over at Fun Haver. I asked him, I was like, is this like while quantities last? He goes, I'll keep sending them as long as people want to buy.
So you just basically start throwing your order in there. Any order over $50 is going to receive a personally signed Von Gittin car. And is this
that is Brandon McDowell, but he's supposed to be going up
against Taylor Hole. Well, unfortunately, Taylor Hole is not there, so I'm assuming this is Brandon. Brandon's just by run.
No. Brandon Whitnick goes up against. No, so it's
that's Zach Calvin. Okay, Zach Calvin. Okay, yeah. So wow, I wonder what happened to Zach Calvin. This should have been a Zach Calvin versus Brandon McDowell battle here, but what we're just seeing now is that Brandon McDowell seems to be taking a by run as he works his way around the track. Doing a great job. Look at him. Brandon, man. We've seen him from the beginning of the season to now. His entries are phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's so aggressive, so much commitment, almost entering backwards a lot of times. I think he tried it yesterday on a second qualifying run. It didn't quite work out for him, but just an amazing driver. Definitely somebody that can put hurting on all the other drivers.
Yeah, one of the most exciting drivers out here. I mean, we have a lot of exciting drivers, but we always look forward to seeing Brandon McDowell's runs, especially on his leads when he could just throw it in so hard.
Yeah.
But that was his bye run, so we assume that that means he will be moving on to the top 32. But going on from there, it looks like we're going to be seeing Nick Castleberry and Juliano Emanuel coming into the arena here, as I want to call it that.
Going into the arena. Nick Castleberry is your number 5 qualifier from yesterday, and Juliano your 60th qualifier. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
So on the screen it does say that Juliano's leading. That should not be the case.
Right.
But we'll see.
The higher qualifier typically is the first one to lead. So Nick Castleberry should be leading, and Juliano will be giving chase, and then they will change positions as they come back around for the second run.
Yeah.
Also, there we go, and there you have it. So you have Nick Castleberry. He is in the lead lane, and Nick Castleberry is going to be watching that light. As soon as that light goes off, he will be required to take off down the straight. Juliano, is he going to employ that roll tactic? Is he going to start further back? We shall see.
Yeah, we were talking to actually Mike Midiet, yes, about this car. That's actually Juha Rintanen's old car.
Oh, okay. Well, here you go. They're on their way. Juliano did take a slight little start, but the power of Nick Castleberry's car as he makes his way into the first outer zone just was able to put a gap on Juliano as they make their way into the touch and go. Juliano trying to cut the line as he works his way. Nick doing an excellent job of filling out these zones deep into that second outer zone on throttle, nice angle. Juliano doing a great job trying to stay right there with him in definitely a lesser horsepower car as they make their way through the third and final outer zone. Nick Castleberry doing a great job. That car's holding together excellent this round.
Yeah, Juliano doing a pretty good job considering that he has to drive through all that smoke and following somebody that throws so much angle in front of him. Unfortunately, the horsepower difference really shows, especially on that run up. But of course, Nick Castleberry with a great lead run that needs to be matched by Juliano. So we'll see what happens when they turn around now. Can Nick Castleberry follow a car that is significantly slower than his?
You guys get a chance and go ahead and click on that live bracket and just continue to refresh it. You'll be able to stay up to date with the winners, and as we move through the competition, it looks like we're maybe about a quarter away through the top 64 as Juliano is going to lead and Nick Castleberry going to give chase. Now Nick's going to have to chase a slower car, so he's going to have to either he's going to play it safe or is he going to go? He's right there with Juliano as they make their way down the straight. Nick diving right into Juliano, taking out those cones on the inside, but staying in it to win it as they make their way into the touch and go. Juliano doing a good job filling out those zones, and there we go. Nick Castleberry doing an excellent job of avoiding collision. Hats off to Nick to be able to just stall that car almost simultaneously as Juliano. He didn't really spin, but he came to a stall.
Yeah. Very, very impressive entry there by Nick Castleberry as he entered earlier than Juliano there, and he was chasing, so that's pretty impressive to see all the time. Of course, Juliano with that spin there. I didn't see where Nick might have impeded anything there, but yeah, Nick gets the win. It's official.
Good deal. Nick Castleberry will advance on to the top 64. Nick, an excellent driver, very aggressive, lot of style.
He's going to
advance on to the top 32.
Yeah.
Did I say something else?
Yeah, he says 64.
Well, he's in the top 64. No, listen to me.
The top 64 brought to you by Drift HQ. We still got a few more battles here on this side of the bracket, which is the left side of the bracket. Then we still got to move on to the right side of the bracket with plenty of awesome battles. This is a stacked field here, guys. Brian Sturman, Chris Irving coming up next. Both E30s. Two different philosophies on how to build an E30, though.
Right, because you have Chris Irving. That E30 of his has been doing battle for a long time. You could just see it in a car. I think it's the first time I've seen a car with fenders.
Yeah.
And then you have Brian Sturman, which has got a almost impeccable, beautiful, pristine E30. And both drivers, different powers. We have Irving, he's boosted, and Brian is running a M52 all motor.
All motor. M52.
So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens as these two E30s make their way around the track. It's going to be interesting. Definitely going to be one of my favorite battles here. I am a BMW E30 lover.
Yeah. So this is a bittersweet event for you because one E30 is going to have to go home.
Yeah.
Right away.
Yeah, but it is what it is, and as long as it's a hard-fought battle, both drivers are well seasoned, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do. It looks like Irving is going to lead, and Brian will be giving chase. Brian could be said he most likely has the lesser horsepower of the two cars.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of tactics that he uses and able to keep that proximity against the more powerful Irving as they work their way around the track. And it does look like, Brian is going to start a little further back.
Yeah, he's going to start rolling forward.
Rolling. In fact, doing a good job of timing that roll as they make their way down the track. Wow, yeah, Brian almost right there with them as they enter. Both cars entering into the first outer zone. Chris Irving, Chris running way too wide. Unfortunately, zeroing out his run there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, see, Brian Sturman shutting it down. If the lead driver zeroes out his run, he is not required to finish his run as a chase driver in the chase position, so he's able to shut it down and save his tires for the next round.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen how again the exact entry point for Chris. So
yeah, looks like we have drone footage back. That looks great.
Yeah, so hopefully we might be getting some replays back to be able to analyze this a little bit better. But speaking of the power difference, Brian Sturman with the all-motor M52 making significantly less power, but that car drives really well. You know, that car makes it around the track, and it makes it seem like he has enough power.
Right.
Yeah, so it is very interesting to see. I think that car is very well set up. Anything can happen here. It could still go into a one more time.
Absolutely.
But we're going to see if Chris Irving can spook Brian.
Can he apply that pressure onto Brian Sturman from the chase position and cause a major mistake? Right, that's going to be the goal, I guess, for Chris Irving as he makes his way out there. But here we go, Brian Sturman right out the gate. Chris Irving almost right there with him. Here we go as they enter into the first outer zone, right in the middle of the entry zone as they make their way. Wow, look at Chris almost getting right on the back bumper of Brian. They make their way deep in there. Look, Chris, this is more of the Chris Irving that I'm familiar with, being very aggressive and making his way. But Brian doing a great job of pulling away. Might have cut that outer zone a little bit. Chris Irving right there, diving right in is Chris Irving, almost right on the door. He's gonna, wow, look how close Chris is on the door of Brian Sturman. Wow. Chris Irving, he's got to be a little upset his lead run, right? Because that is a Chris Irving I'm used to seeing at all the events.
Yeah, an incredible chase run by Chris Irving, but too little, too late there. Of course, Brian giving a pretty good lead run there. You can see that through the touch and go area, he was right there.
So Brian Sturman got the win on that one.
Yeah, Brian Sturman.
At first, he announced it as the E30.
Oh, the E30 gets the win.
Yeah.
Well, there is a win for an E30, so I'm happy with that.
And they're both BMW powered.
Chris. We're going to have to let up a little talk after this event.
Yeah.
But Brian Sturman with a beautiful E30, one of my favorite cars out here, and he's going to advance on and be joining us at the top in the top 32.
Yeah, so coming up next is going to be Brandon Wicknick and Taylor Hall. I think this is going to be an excellent battle. They did battle in round 4, but it was we had that
what is this?
It seems like Brandon Wicknick might have a bye.
Looks like it. We did see Taylor Hall out here yesterday, and it's important to note, if you guys did not catch this in qualifying, Taylor Hall was not in his Cadillac, his pro car.
No,
he was actually in a Mustang. And there you have it. Yep, there you go. Brandon Wicknick making his way down the track. and his beautiful icon. Literally, this is like the king of one more times. This man has been through one more times that I can even count. And an excellent driver. And if you see him, every time he gets out of a fierce battle, he is so pumped, and he gets out of the car and he just runs over to his competitor and just shares that excitement with them. So Brandon Whitnick, an excellent driver, and just an awesome spectacle as you see him make his way around the track, showing everybody how it is done, making his way through the third and final outer zone.
Well, he may be the king of one more times, but he makes it safely through into the top 32.
So there you go. He's going to be in the top 32, and he will be going up against the winner of the following round. We have Brian McKay versus Magic Mike Pollard.
Yeah, Brian McKay, newcomer to the series. Magic Mike, we know all about him.
Yep.
Very stylish, aggressive driver. Always fun to watch. There he is on the line already in his S14.5, powered by a 2JZ.
Yep, and look, you can see him shaking his head. We got to catch up with Magic Mike on our Drift Sessions podcast. You guys check it out on YouTube, where we asked him, what were you listening to, right? So he gives you an insight, and he said he had a brand new playlist for today, and I could see he's got it on because he is jamming in there. And here we go. He's gonna be going up against Brian McKay. Like I said, guys, tune into the bracket. There's a live bracket on Klutch Kickers we just posted, but here we go. Magic Mike, wow, putting out almost a car and a half, almost 3 cars as he goes down the straight. Now Brian's got to close that gap as they make their way through the first outer zone. Look at the angle that Magic Mike's putting in, getting deep into that touch and go. There you go, Brian catching back up, diving and cutting that line in order to gain proximity. But Magic Mike doing a great job with a lot of angle, a lot of throttle, and deep into those zones. Whoa, major correction there by Brian as they make their way through the third and final zone. Brian, he had his hands full with Magic Mike. Magic Mike, last round's second place winner. So it's not going to be an easy battle. You guys, if you're in the pits, go check out Magic Mike's pit. He's got some merchandise for sale, Opposition Motors, and support the cause. This man is a self-funded program, and he is an old school veteran, and just comes out and just battles it out every time.
Yeah, Magic Mike always putting on a show there. He did also tell us that one of his influences is Nomura, Ken Nomura, back from the D1 GP days. So you can still see a little bit of his old school driving style there.
So now Mike does seem like he has the more power here, so he's going to have to chase a lesser horsepower car. He is jamming. Look at him. He is shaking his head. What did he say his playlist was going to be this time, or did he keep it a secret?
I don't know. Yeah, I think he kept it a secret.
He should come out with his own mixtapes, just like back in the day. Magic Mike Pollard mixtapes.
I wonder if he's fooling us and just listening to our Clipping Point show.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's getting in his zone. He had mentioned to us that what's changed this last couple rounds is he's starting to listen to music and he's loosening up. And you're seeing it in his driving. He's so fluid and always brings a ton of style to the show. So it was always good to see these drivers back over and over and over again.
It goes to show that having fun at these events really does help.
Yeah.
Making fun havers the best drivers.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, fun havers the best drivers. And I do have to say, I do love the color on Brian McKay's car. I love that color. And I like to see the SC300s out here too. It's one of my favorite looking chassis.
Yeah. Yeah, they look big and everything, but it's just such a smooth looking car, and they always look good drifting.
They do look great drifting, and there's so much aftermarket for them, and they are heavy. You just got to get different doors, and I think get rid of the hinges, and I think you're pretty good.
And pretty much cut out everything inside.
And from what I understand, Mr. Passionate Pat Gooden shared with us that it's basically the same wheelbase as a Corvette. So both drivers locked and loaded, giving a thumbs up, ready to go. We're about ready to watch that light go off, and there we go as they make their way down the track. And Magic Mike almost right on the back bumper as Brian enters, and here they go through the first outer zone. Mike doing a good job of just kind of keeping a little bit of distance as they make their way through the first outer zone. Now they're going to dive into the touch and go. Both going to flick it into, wow, Brian a little too inside there as he's entering into the second outer zone. Mike's doing a great job of diving right on his door. There you go, flicking it in. There you go. Mike, good control as he's following Brian through the third and final outer zone. Brian's losing a bumper, but he doesn't need that.
No. And it's always mentioned that coming out of that touch and go, you're not supposed to hold that line out. You're supposed to start shooting across the track so you can make it to outer zone number 2 there. And you can see that dirt drop just proves that he was not moving out of that line.
Mike Pollard gets the win.
Oh, there you go. Where it is, Mike Pollard advances on to the top 32. Brian, this is, I believe, I don't know if this is his first time competing out here, but he did a great job qualifying and giving Mike Pollard a run for his money.
Up next, we're going to have Dustin Miles, or also known Miles of Style, versus Walter Johnson in that S13 with the Mazda 6 front end.
Yeah.
So,
I got a chance to go check out Walter Johnson's car in the pit. That's another great thing about coming to Klutch Kickers versus watching on a live stream.
Yep.
Is you're able to meet all the drivers and see the builds up close and personal. So
Yeah.
I just the way everything was symmetrical. He has the wastegates coming out right out the hood. It was nice. It looked like a really nice build. So he's got the yellow car off to the right there, and right now what you see Dustin Miles warming up his tires.
Yep, Dustin Miles. I love that S13. It looks so good.
Yeah.
And it's a car that has competed in Pro Spec, or what was formerly known as Pro 2, and he rode it that low, which is unique for pro drift cars.
Yep.
So
Dustin prides himself on his style, his stylistic driving, his stylistic behavior, and stylistic designs of his cars. And he's always a great driver, always out here having fun with all the other drivers. And it's always fun to hang out with all these guys.
yeah, of course. So we're just waiting on Walter Johnson. There he is, and a very unique front end. At first, I thought it was an S15 front end, and then I got real close. I was like, oh
it's
no.
a Mazda front end underneath him, so we call it a Nissan 240. Here we go, Dustin Miles taking out the gate. Wow, putting a decent-sized gap in between him and Walter as they make their way through the first outer zone. Walter cutting that line through the first outer zone. Dustin doing a great job filling out the touch and go, flicking it in on throttle, full commitment. Wow, when he stepped on that throttle, he just kind of pulled away from Walter as they made their way and flicking into. Look at the smoke coming out of Dustin Miles' car. Dustin Miles of Styles. Walter looks like he's struggling to try to keep up and cut that line. Great job, Dustin Miles, with a great lead run.
Yeah, Walter Johnson, when he just fell back like that, and as soon as Dustin Miles put on the smoke, he had to drive through that smoke. And that makes it very difficult if you're not right up on the door. Let's take a look at the BC Racing replay here. Look at the gap that Dustin Miles already put on Walter there. But, I mean, what are you going to do at that point? You have to start cutting the line to make up the proximity, and that's exactly what Walter Johnson was trying to do. But right there, as soon as Dustin Miles gets on the throttle, he just pulls away. That car is very well set up. And then here we go through the third outer zone. You can see that Walter was trying to cut the line there. But here we go for the second run.
Now Walter Johnson's going to lead, Dustin Miles giving chase, and here they go. Both drivers enter. Dustin diving in, trying to dive in there behind Walter Johnson, but doesn't want to get too aggressive and cause a major mistake as they flick it into the touch and go. Here we go. Dustin staying almost right with Walter Johnson as they go through the second outer zone. Dustin trying to get right on the door, surging forward, but trying to maintain control, not make too many corrections, trying to keep a solid runs as they make their way through the third and final outer zone. Good lead run by Walter Johnson. So we'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen Dustin Miles get a little bit closer to make it more definitive there, but I saw that Dustin was having a pretty good chase either way. He didn't allow the tire smoke from Walter Johnson to really distract him. In fact, it wasn't even that much smoke, to be honest, coming out of Walter's car. Let's take a look here as they are going through what looks like outer zone 3 there. Yeah, you could see that. Yeah, Dustin was just in total control of the situation. We're going to see...
Yeah, I want to thank everybody that made it out here live today. There's a major difference. Watching on the live stream is great, but being here is even greater.
Oh, yeah.
And just want to make sure that everybody, like I said before, stays hydrated. And just joining us here, we are in Holt, Florida, which is in the panhandle of the state of Florida. We are on Central Time. And this is basically right on the beautiful Emerald Coast over here. So Fort Walton Beach, Crestview, all these areas that this track has been phenomenal in the foundation of Klutch Kickers. And what Klutch Kickers has been able to put together is phenomenal as well.
Yeah, each time we come up here, we discover a little bit more of the area.
We do.
And we start realizing, like, hey, there's a lot to do out here. It's cool. So it's like you got Klutch Kickers, and then you got the beaches, and you got the bars and everything. There's always nightlife in Destin and Fort Walton Beach. So it's fun to come out here.
Yeah, and not to mention that, guys, if you guys are joining us and you're here live, please join us for the after party. After party is going to be right on the beach at the Island Resort and Hotel. And come check it out, rub elbows with the drivers, and it looks like we have a decision. And I do believe Dustin Miles will go on. Yes, yep. Dustin Miles will advance on to the top 32. A hard-fought battle. Walter Johnson will be back next season, and I'm sure he'll be back at it again.
Yeah, Walter Johnson is no stranger to Klutch. so he will definitely be back. We'll see him there. next year, I'm sure. So we have Steven Tassanaro. He's actually not driving his normal 350Z. Actually, today he is in an SC300 powered by an LS, and he seems very comfortable in that car. But he is going to be going up against a great competitor in Alberto Rosa, known as Big Boost. So
yeah, this is Alberto's first competition.
Yep.
So he's built several cars, and a lot of people know him, especially out of the Orlando area. They know him as a tuner and a car builder. So to see him out here getting in the driver's seat, it's always exciting to see new drivers. You know his car is going to be held together pretty well, but he's going to have his hands full. Stefan Tassanaro is a beast when he gets out there and gets on the throttle. So here we go. Stefan Tassanaro putting 3 or 4, almost 4 cars down the straight as they work their way into the outer zone. Stefan doing a good job of trying to get deep into that first outer zone, getting nice and tight on the inside clip. Wow, flicking it right into that touch and go, inches away on throttle, flicking it into the second outer zone, dropping a tire almost, I'm not sure. Albert doing a good job of trying to cut the track and getting right in the pocket there. But an excellent, major correction there by Alberto as he makes his way through the third and final outer zone. Stefan Tassanaro, this man is a beast.
Yeah,
Big Boost had us straightened a couple times there, though.
Yeah, we saw that.
Going into the touch and go right there. And
so we're going to see it here. This is the BC Racing replay. Look at the good job that Tassanaro did on the outer zone 1 there. Not a lot of drivers doing that. Huge straighten out right there by a Big Boost. Then coming into outer zone 2. Looked like he dropped the dirt from one perspective, but not through the drone, Tassanaro. But he's doing a great job. And then right here, Big Boost with a straighten out right there. Not totally straight. He still had some sort of angle, but a big loss of angle there.
Yeah, major correction there. Definitely looks to me that Stefan is going to have the advantage going into the second half of this battle, but anything can happen. So here we go. Alberto going to lead, and Stefan going to give chase. Stefan looks like giving a little cushion to Alberto as they make their way into the first outer zone. And here they go. Alberto doing a pretty good job. And, well, he needs to get a little deeper into that first outer zone. But here we go. Stefan going to dive in for the attack as he makes his way into the second outer zone. And Alberto really cutting that line as he works his way and flicks it into the third and final outer zone. Let's see how they can hold together. Kind of a pretty big correction there by Stefan Tassanaro, but following Alberto, that may have caused the correction there.
Yeah, we could see that Stefan had to make a lot of adjustments to Alberto's driving there. Let's take a look at the BC Racing replay here from the drone. It never lies. Nice angle by Alberto there, but he does not make it all the way out to the first outer zone. Transitioning into the touch and go, you can see that little by little, you can see Steven trying to make it up, or Stefan, sorry. But then look at the line that Alberto had to take there, which was very shallow. And then shallow again through outer zone 3. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a...
So what you're saying, it almost seems like it takes a really good lead to have a good chase.
Yeah, it seems
but I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, still pretty good chase.
It was still a pretty good chase, right? So lead line, not the best there by Mr. Big Boost Alberto. Stefan Tassanaro doing a great job of following that lead. So we'll see. We got our judges, Mr. Passionate Pat Gooden, I want to say with the emphasis on the passion. Dwayne Ramsey in the middle and Will Parsons on the far right.
Yeah. Tassanaro gets the win.
Oh, there you go. Tassanaro gets the win. He will advance on to the top 32. Great job by Alberto for his first competition. And beautiful car. But hopefully we'll see him next season.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, he can only progress from here. So we'll be seeing better driving from him for sure in the future. Upcoming now is Michael Elsey versus Sean Booth. Michael Elsey with a very controversial car to some people.
Yeah, I'm surprised that people still don't realize what's in that car until they hear it.
Yeah, it's an LS powered.
What's in the car?
It's an LS.
It's not a 2J?
Nope, it's not a 2J.
What?
It's an LS. Yep, he changed the letters around.
Yeah. So LS powered Supra, and then we have an RB powered S15 here. Beautiful car. Both beautiful cars, really. I mean, some people's dream drift cars out here.
That's one of my dream cars for sure.
Yeah, battling it out against each other here.
And I don't know if I had that car. I don't know if I would drift it like this because he beats on that car. Sean Booth is a monster behind the wheel of that S15. But let me tell you something. Michael Elsey, Yeah, he has a V8 in that Supra, but let me tell you something. It works. This man is taking several competitors out, and he's super competitive and super consistent. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Both excellent drivers in a top 64 battle already. But here we go, down the straight. Michael Elsey, Sean Booth almost right there with Michael as they make their way into the initiation. Sean Booth dropped back slightly, but now let's see if he can reel him in as they make their way through the first outer zone. This Sean Booth get deep into that touch and go. Sean Booth right there with them. Here we go. Michael's making his way through the second outer zone. Sean's doing a great job of staying there right there with them. And they're flicking into the third and final outer zone. Man, Sean's doing a good job following Michael Elsey's line. Michael's putting down a good lead line, though.
Yeah, so, man, I don't see an advantage anywhere. This was a very good run by both
There may be
drivers.
an issue. Supposedly, maybe Michael Elsey jumped the light.
Okay.
Really?
Well, we'll get word back.
We'll wait for confirmation.
Well, we'll take a look at this replay anyway. You can see Michael Elsey starting to fill out half of the outer zone one there. But Sean Booth following Michael Elsey into that touch and go area. And then you can see a reduction of angle from Sean Booth, shallowing up the line and angle to keep up with Michael there, but not doing a bad job keeping the proximity and the pressure on Michael there is Sean Booth. So we'll see if we have a rerun here.
I don't know, but
It seems like
it looks like, Look, Michael Elsey pulling back up in the lead run there. Sorry, lead lane.
Yeah.
And Sean Booth there in the chase lane. So there is a restart light, but sometimes these drivers are coming down so fast down the straight that it's kind of easy to miss. But it looks like they're going to go at it again.
Yeah, you could definitely tell, like, they're focused on the initiation point, and the light is on the other side of that.
Correct.
So it's kind of tough, but yeah, it's the best we've got at the moment.
Well, it is what it is, and we're just going to, looks like, do this one all over again. So it looks like we're going to scratch that first run out. It's important to note that the chase driver's job is to utilize that lead car as a mobile clipping point and do whatever he can to apply as much pressure while following the lead car's line. Lead car doesn't run a great line. Well, unfortunately, chase driver is going to have to follow that line. The judges are weighing heavily on the lead driver to perform a almost 100-point qualifying run. So if that lead driver is way offline, whatever mistakes the chase driver has to make in order to follow that lead, it's going to weigh more heavily on the lead car versus the chase driver, because the chase driver's got to do whatever he can to follow that basically mobile clipping point.
Yep, that is totally correct. But it was a good practice run.
Yeah, there you go. One practice run.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens here. Are we still waiting on track to clear?
I don't know. Maybe they're checking the track. So some of the zeros that possible zeros that a driver get, or how they can actually zero out their run, would be 2 or more tires off the track, taking out a clipping point with the lead side of the front car, or the center of the rear wheel forward will also equate to a 0. Obviously, a spin, a straighten, anything.
Ready to go.
We're ready to go. All right, good. We're ready to go. Getting word back. There you see, and the light is on, and as soon as that light goes off, there we go. Michael Elsey going down the straight. Sean Booth sticking right there with them as they make their way down the wow. Sean almost door to door with them as they enter, doing a good job of giving space to Michael Elsey as he makes his entry, and Michael doing a good job getting right and nice and tight on inside clip, going into the touch and go. Sean's right there with them. Now Sean's going to dive in for the attack, and he does as they make their way through the second outer zone. Michael Elsey doing a good job with his lead run, but Sean right there with him. Unfortunately, Michael not able to shake Sean Booth as they make their way through the third and final outer zone. And there we have it. Now we can get on to the next half of this battle.
Yeah, Sean Booth putting on the pressure throughout the entire run there, making a really good case for his chase run. Let's take a look at the BC Racing replay here as Michael Elsey is leading, initiating by the middle of the initiation zones. Sean Booth doing a good job following through the line and still keeping proximity through there. And then going through the touch and go, you can see right here, Sean Booth is going to reduce angle and shallow a little bit on the line to keep up, but that's not really all too bad. Doing a good job staying with Michael Elsey. Michael Elsey giving a great lead run for Sean Booth to follow.
Wow, you saw that? Sean Booth just inches. He just only gave inches for Michael to do that transition.
Yeah, so very strong chase run there. We're going to have to see the same thing from Michael Elsey if he wants to keep this going.
Yeah, Michael Elsey's definitely got his hands full in that V8 powered Toyota Supra. It has not rejected a transplant as of yet.
Nope, it's still in there.
Still in there.
It hasn't spit it out.
Nope, hasn't spit it out.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Sean Booth taking off down the straight. Elsie dropping back a little bit there. Let's see if he can get back up on the door. Sean Booth as they make their way through the first outer zone. Sean trying to get deep into that first outer zone, maybe towards the end. Elsie doing a good job filling out, but kind of off of Sean Booth's line as they make their way through the second outer zone. There you go, Michael Elsie diving in for the attack, almost door to door with Sean. And right there, flicking into the third and final outer zone. Sean doing a great job staying nice and wide on the very outer edge of the zone. That's what the judges are looking for. Good battle.
Yeah.
But I'd have to say that it looked like Michael Elsie was a little further back in the beginning of his run.
Yeah, it seemed like Michael Elsie had moments where he was closer, but overall, Sean Booth was had more proximity throughout the whole run. But let's take a look here as they are going through the outer zone 1. Michael Elsie not following the line, even though that is not the appropriate line through outer zone 1. You're supposed to follow the lead car as a moving clipping point, but look at the proximity through outer zone 2. He is really putting on the pressure through here, and then we'll take a look here at outer zone 3. He's still putting on the pressure.
Decision.
Okay, there's a decision.
Sean Booth gets the win.
Sean Booth gets the win. It almost looked like Michael Elsie tapped him through the second outer zone.
Yeah. It looked like there was some sort of contact there.
Michael Elsie actually getting taken out in top 64. I think he typically makes it into the top 32, so that's a little different. Sean Booth is going to be the next set of battles.
Yes, well, next we have Lucas Glamory versus Alec Honadale.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
So
Alec, not our number 1 qualifier this round.
Yep.
Right? Who broke his streak? Mr. Dirk Stratton, I believe.
Dirk Stratton. Yeah. And,
also, Randy Noah had he had second?
He had second place, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, very impressive showing by those two. And then, of course, Alec Honadale, always impressive. The championship is not in his grasp yet. He has to make it through here. And then if Ben Julian is still in the competition through the top 32, he has to make it to the top 16.
And he has to make his way past Sean Booth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
they've battled a lot before.
Yeah. So Lucas Montgomery, he's got to make his way past Lucas first. Lucas is our number 61 qualifier. Alec Honadale is our number 4 qualifier. As they make his way down the track, Alec will lead. And Lucas going to give chase. Alec putting a major gap on, getting the Applebee's treatment, endless gapitizers for Lucas as he makes his way through the track in the chase position. But Alec Honadale just showing us the pro that he is, making his way around the track, just on throttle. Look at the smoke and the angle Alec does as he makes his way through the third and final outer zone. Lucas trying to hang in there, but man, did he have his hands full with Alec Honadale.
Yeah, always impressive is Alec Honadale, and of course, he is gunning for that championship. He can smell it in the water, as the Shark does. And then we could take a look here at the BC Racing replay. Alec just jumping out into the lead. Nice early initiation, doing a good job on outer zone 1. Man, I mean, he's just pulling away, isn't he? I mean, we can't even see
Lucas in the same screen.
Yeah, we can't see Lucas in the same screen. This is crazy. There's not much else to say. It almost seems like an inactive chase, and then Alec Honadale with a great lead run.
Yeah. Well, judges want to see the first outer zone, second outer zone, third outer zone. They want to see the drivers on the edge of the track doing a great job. Here we go. Lucas making his way. Alec looks like he's going to give a little room to Lucas and then just try to attack as they make their way through the first outer zone. And here we go. Lucas doing a good job filling out that first outer zone, getting back into the touch and go. And here we go. Alec's going to dive in for the attack right about here as they make their way through the second outer zone, holding it together, and he does. With the power out, you can see knocking on the back door of Lucas as they make their way through the third and final outer zone. Lucas looks like a solid lead run for the most part, but man, Alec is right there with him.
Wow. I mean, what does it take to shake Alec off? Alec
Honadale gets the win on that one.
Yeah,
that was quickly decided.
Decision.
Alec Honadale on his ISR Nissan 240SX, and he's going to advance on to the top 32. So he's inching his way to that championship first place podium.
Yeah, we are now moving on to the other side of the top 64 bracket, brought to you by Drift HQ.
Yeah, so if you guys are, go ahead and click on that bracket link, and you guys can update that bracket, continue. You can stay up to date on the bracket if you guys are here live or if you guys watching us on the live stream. Right now, we are moving to the top of the right bracket, so we're going to be seeing that's Adam LZ warming up his tires, and he's going up against Austin Lowe. Third rank in qualifying is Adam LZ, and 62nd in qualifying is Austin Lowe.
Adam LZ, always a fan favorite, of course, very popular through his YouTube channel. Austin Lowe, newcomer to the series. I don't think I remember seeing him in any of the other rounds. He has he has an uphill battle here against Adam, just because Adam is very experienced.
Yep, here we go. Adam's going to lead. Austin's going to get chased, and here we go as Adam initiates towards the end of the initiation zone. A little bobble there as he makes his way through the first outer zone. Austin really has got to try to reel in Adam LZ as they make their way through and into the second outer zone. Austin able to close the gap slightly, but still Adam LZ just commanding lead as they make their way through the third and final outer zone. Good job by Austin trying to close that gap, but unfortunately just not quite enough as I'm sure the judges would like to see. A little closer tandem.
Yeah, definitely when you start falling back like that, it becomes hard to drive through the smoke. And cars like Adam LZ's, you know, they start building up a lot of smoke. But let's take a look here at the BC Racing replay here. Adam LZ just jumping out, dragging Austin Lowe there, doing a pretty decent job on outer zone 1, and then we can see Austin is trying to cut the line here to be able to catch up to Adam LZ, but Adam LZ's car is a absolute rocket ship. And then coming through the outer zone 3 here, I'm sorry, this is tough for Austin.
Here we go. Austin's going to lead. Adam's going to get chased now. Adam, how is he going to play this? Is because he does seem to have the faster car. He's going to give Austin a little bit of space there. Adam kind of not really hard flick to angle at transition, but he's keeping that proximity and playing it safe as he makes his way into the second. Wow, Adam's starting to dive in. Whoa, Adam diving in for the attack to come around the second outer zone. Austin doing a good job putting what looks to be a solid lead rundown, but Adam was right there with them, making their way through the third and final. Whoa, almost driving a tire is Austin, but he's able to keep it on track.
Yeah, Adam LZ putting on the pressure throughout the whole track there. You know, it's going to be very hard to lose that advantage for Adam there.
Adam LZ gets a win.
There it is.
Well, Adam LZ is going to go on and advance on to the top 32. And you can see it there. Austin way offline.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Willie Espinosa versus John Wyndham.
Yeah, John Wyndham. Oh, man, it could be Adam LZ versus John Wyndham in the top 32 again, just like round 4.
Wow, there you go.
A little bit of revenge.
Yeah, well, we'll see. He has to go through Willie Espinosa first.
Right.
You know, but if he does, is John Wyndham Adam LZ's kryptonite?
That's a good question. We shall see.
We shall see.
Wasn't it the last round they had a little contact?
Yeah.
I believe so. I believe you are correct.
Yeah, Adam LZ pushing a little bit too hard in that battle against John Wyndham in round 4, running into the back of his car there, disabling his car. So
you can see Willie Espinosa in a King's Performance RX-7 back there warming up the tires. Beautiful car. Willie just he's been in the game for quite a while, so it's great to see him coming back, and hopefully we get to see him next season, as well as all these drivers, and having a field such a 80 drivers registered. Having almost a full 64, this is great, and I can only imagine next season going to be even greater.
Yeah, and the driving just gets better and better every round. So here we go.
Here we go. John, he's leading. Willie's giving chase as they flick it into the entry, making their way around the first outer zone. Willie a little far back there. He's going to want to close that gap and reel in John Wyndham as they make their way into the touch and go. John a little far off that touch and go. Very shallow into the second outer zone. It's starting to stretch it out now. Willie trying to dive into the attack. John doing a good job now of trying to keep it nice and wide. Willie kind of a major correction. Very shallow line for Willie Espinosa. Not the cleanest lead run or chase run here, so it's going to be interesting how this plays out when they reverse roles.
Yeah, both drivers making mistakes, but man, a lot of major mistakes I saw from Willie. But let's take a look here. As John Wyndham keeping it wide, trying to make it all the way out to outer zone 1, just misses it there, and then he does not make it out to the touch and go. But you can see Willie is trying to do everything he can to catch back up and create that proximity. But from there on, it looks like John Wyndham gets the line of the course correct, and this is where we see a huge correction right there from Willie, where he was having to left foot brake to keep the car out of the dirt there.
Yeah.
He still dropped one tire on there, so it seems like he's at a disadvantage.
Yeah, let's see. Willie Espinosa, King's Performance RX-7, and make their way down the track. John Wyndham going to try to dive in and attack as they make their way through the first outer zone. John taking out one of those inside markers there, but still holding it together. And as they flick it into the touch and go, Willie Espinoza also pretty far off that touch and go. But wow, John Wyndham really cutting the line there to try to gain proximity. I'm not sure how that's going to weigh in his favor in the judges' eyes. But really holding together third outer zone. I must say, not necessarily the cleanest lead run by Willie Espinoza, so it's going to be interesting to see who wins or advances on this one.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who has an advantage on this run, but let's take a look here on the BC Racing replay. Man, Willie just dragging him out with a huge lead, and then we can see that John Wyndham is trying everything he can to catch back up by cutting the line. Look at the way he cut into outer zone 2 there, but Willie not filling out outer zone 2 as John did in his lead run. And then look at the proximity here from John Wyndham. Wow. Trying to keep it all together against Willie. I mean, there are some giveaways and takebacks here that both drivers have committed, but I mean, man, this is up to the judges. Right. I am happy I'm not one of them because that's tough.
Yeah, it goes back to the question. A good lead, producing or giving the opportunity for a good chase, which is probably a better or more correct statement.
Yeah.
I don't feel that either driver had a phenomenal lead run. I think there is much left to be desired on both drivers when it comes to our lead run. Yeah. And that being said, both drivers being put now in a chase position, they have to follow that lead line. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges weigh these mistakes into their the criteria and be able to decide a winner.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on the judges' decision on this. It's not an easy one at all.
Well, let me go ahead and thank some sponsors. I want to go ahead and thank Grip Royal, the official steering wheel of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, providing us with a collaboration steering wheel. But it looks like we have a winner here. Oh, yeah, Willie Espinoza, it looks like, will be advancing on to the top 32. Unfortunately, John Wyndham will have to call it a weekend, but hopefully he doesn't go anywhere and he stays to witness all the action come on. The top 32. We also want to thank Ignite Racing, Nitrous Outlet, RTS Race Tech Services, Tire Streets, Action. So sorry. I just thought of something funny. Okay. Liquid Molly, Cosmo Tires, ECU Masters, from engine management, power management, to logging dashes, displays. ECU Masters offers the highest quality products and softwares.
Guys, we're human up here. We're making we act a fool sometimes as well, but
anyhow, so also want to thank the vendors that are on site and want to ask all the people that are out there, the spectators, to go support the vendors. The vendors and the sponsors alike are a very important part of Klutch Kickers. Klutch Kickers does a great job of just making sure not even that just the drivers and the spectators feel welcome, but that the staff is very welcoming here. And we want to support the vendors. We want to support the sponsors, because without those vendors and sponsors, stuff like the events like this just don't take place, and they just bring a major part to the Klutch Kickers, just to the whole organization as a whole. But we're going to go ahead and run an ad, so guys, stay tuned.
And we're back.
And we're back. As you guys just saw, Willie Espinosa and John Wyndham. Willie did advance on to the top 32. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Nick Blakeman and Jeffrey Bard as they make their way up. Nick Blakeman is the 19th qualifier, so he will lead. And Jeffrey will give chase on the first run.
Yeah, Nick Blakeman, actually, they're both clean-looking cars. They have not a lot of decals or anything on them, but just nice paint on them.
Yeah, and Jeffrey, even though he qualified 46, he's been on fire during practice.
Yeah, so are we going to see these cars make a little contact, make themselves a little dirtier? We'll see after this. But, I mean, they're both great drivers. I mean, I remember we saw Nick Blakeman round 1. He was doing pretty well, and Jeffrey Baird.
Yeah,
man, he's got a really powerful car, and he can handle it very well. So they're still waiting there, right in front of the burnout box.
I'm going to take this minute while they're getting ready to approach the line to go ahead and remind everybody about all our vendors out there. We have Juan Tacos and our amazing tacos. We have Sherry's concession stand with burgers, hot dogs, and drinks with her world-famous sweet tea, which I'm drinking right now.
That's really good.
Yeah, Yeti Ice with shaved ice and pretzels. Yankee Special with a very interesting take on a design. The owner, we got to catch up with him. Sasha did some. We actually picked up some merchandise from him down on the track there. So go check out him, Yankee Special. Check him out on Instagram at Yankee Special. We also have Fun Havers brought their rig out here, which is awesome. Fun Havers also offering a special for those of you guys that are just tuning in, or those of you guys, the fans that are just showing up at the track. If you go to funhaver.com and you enter Kick25, you will receive 25% off your order. And not just that, as if that's not enough, all orders over $50 are going to receive a signed Hot Wheels signed by Von Gittin himself.
Yep.
So that's awesome, and it doesn't seem like, I talked to Cody earlier, and he basically said as many orders as I can get, he'll just have. So he don't care if Von gets a cramp in his hand, he'll just keep making them sign them, and we'll keep sending them. So here we go. It looks like we got Jeffrey and Nick up to the line. Nick is going to lead. Jeffrey going to give chase, and away they go. Wow, Jeffrey is almost right at the back bumper. Well, no, Nick able to pull the gap, actually, as they make their way down the track, and they go through the first outer zone. Wow, Jeffrey pretty far back, almost 3-4 cars back. Nick's doing an excellent job of trying to pull away. Unfortunately, not as deep into the touch and go as he probably should have been. Jeffrey kind of struggling to keep up, though, as they make their way through the track. I'm almost wondering if Jeffrey was surprised or caught off guard at how fast Nick's car was, because Jeffrey is no slouch in the chase position. Jeffrey does a phenomenal job. So the fact that he wasn't able to catch up, that gives a testament to Nick Blakeman on his lead run.
Yeah, that's that was really odd from Jeffrey there. But let's take a look. Man, just getting gapped and dropping a tire right away, and then that actually causes him to go a little bit wider than Nick does. Of course, Nick is supposed to hit that outer zone, but Jeffrey not expecting that. Coming around the outer zone too, you can see that there's still a lot of separation there, and then you can see Jeffrey really trying to make up some ground there by flicking the car real hard, but just nothing in the tank there to really make that gap disappear.
Well, and Nick is, if he can produce a better chase run than Jeffrey did. Wow, look at Nick almost surging a half a car ahead of Jeffrey. Man, he's going to be right almost on his back door as they make their way through the first outers. Whoa, Jeffrey way inside, taking out those inside markers, taking out that inside clip. Not a clean wow, taking out the wall. Jeffrey is just a wrecking ball as he makes his way through this second outer zone. Nick, you just got to hold it together, because right now Jeffrey has several mistakes that are going to weigh against him as he makes his way off the track. Nick, got to hold it together, buddy. Hold it together. Wow, interesting. I did not have this battle pegged that way. I was expecting a really different outcome.
Yeah, same here. I mean, this is very uncharacteristic. I don't know if he's got some
What we got to
jitters.
look for is, did that wall go over the line?
Yeah, so here we go. Jeffrey going way inside. Those cones are not really, you're not really supposed to go on that side of the cones. It's just trying to keep you out of there. Hitting that inner clip, but then take a look. look at how much that wall moves. Yeah.
And there's sand in that wall, so it's not an empty wall.
Yeah. So that means he was really going off at that point of the track. So I can't see. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll see. The judges.
There's a decision. Yep. Nick Blakeman advances, as I suspected there.
Yes, and you suspected correctly, my friend.
Stop suspecting.
Yeah, you're sus.
I am.
You're very sus. But here we go. You got Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton. You guys want to check him out, 144racing.com. He's also offering specials as well and giveaways. So Nate Hamilton is one of a crowd favorite here over at Klutch Kickers. Always exciting man to come across. Very friendly. Always willing to give a lot of information. The man, so I was checking out his YouTube channel. I was watching him. If you guys get a chance, check out Nate Hamilton on his YouTube. This man's up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He's going to the gym and working out. He's eating his grain bowls and he's going to work. And what's really interesting is that his print shop and his shop for his vehicle are all in one. So when you check out his videos, you see them working on the print shop and you see him working on his car at the same time. It's really cool to get that behind the scenes footage of Nate Hamilton. Definitely support that man, 144racing.com. Has a lot of good merchandise, does a lot of printing as well. So if you need shirts printed, you can check him out and I'm sure he can take care of you.
All right. He's going up against fellow Ambivero.
Oh, fellow is another a good friend of ours as well.
Yeah, King's Performance Turbocharged E36. There are 2 E36s in King's Performance.
Yeah.
And this is one of them.
Fellow being involved in all types of motorsports. I know he's a race instructor outside of this, and he does a lot of motorsports, and he carries that experience over in his battle mode as he's doing right now, almost on the back bumper of Nate Hamilton as they make their way into the first outer zone. Fellow dropping back slightly as Nate Hamilton's able to create a little gap, but Fellow's going to try to dive back in for the attack as they make their way, and he does. Dive in and cutting the line a little bit there to dive in, gain that proximity as they make their way through the second outer zone. Nate Hamilton on full throttle, flicking into the third and final outer zone, but fellow Ambivero is right there with them. But a little dropping back there. Fellow, unfortunately, right there at the end of the third outer zone.
Yeah. So, yeah, it looks like fellow was doing everything he could to keep up with Nate. Nate with a really fast car, but let's take a look. Fellow doing a good job keeping up with him on the straight. Good initiation by both drivers. We can see that Nate is trying to make it all the way out to the outer zone there. Doesn't quite make it, but then good job on the touch and go. Here we go with fellow trying to make a move here. As you see, he does try to shallow up on the line to keep up, but Nate Hamilton trying to keep a little bit of distance there through this run. So and then there you go.
There we go. Well, here we go as they change roles, and we're going to go ahead and see what happens. Now Fellow's going to lead. Nate Hamilton's going to give chase, and they're away. There you go. Fellow taking off down the straight in that red E36. Nate Hamilton right behind him. And as they flick it into the first outer zone, Nate almost right there with Fellow, almost side by side as they make their way right to
They got to shut it down. They got to shut it down. Fellow jumped the light.
Oh, what an unfortunate event. And this looks, and they're just not stopping, right? They don't know. And Nate Hamilton's right on the door of Fellow Rivera, but unfortunately, this doesn't count.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What's this going to mean? Because they're killing the tire.
Not only that, wow, he took his mirror off. He got really close there, didn't he?
Yeah, there was contact there. I think
was that Fellow's wing? I think Fellow's wing just took out Nate Hamilton's mirror, and now they're going to tell him, sorry guys, head on back.
Yeah, but these cars go right through the tires. So I mean, are they going to allow them to change tires to do the second half of the run?
We shall see. Oh, there's a souvenir. I don't think they're giving those away.
No, no, not at all. Drifting is expensive. We got to keep everything we can.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that bumper's been repaired a couple times.
Yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen here if they're gonna allow them to change tires.
Looks like both lost bumpers,
or if they're gonna just head back out.
Well, we shall see, guys. So the podium prizes today, we get a lot of money. There's about $45,000 that's going to be given away this weekend.
Yeah.
Between podium prizes for the event and championship series podiums as well.
Yep.
So a lot of money given away, a lot up for grabs as these drivers are battling their way through the top 64.
So still waiting on to see what's going to be allowed here. If they do go change tires, we will be moving on to our next battle.
Next battle is going to be, I'm not sure.
Yeah, hang on. Would be Cody Buchanan versus Sammy Tiger.
Yep.
So, but we're still waiting to see
if we're moving on to that or not.
Yeah. Cody Buchanan, he was here in round 1. Had a great showing for that event. Also gave us a few beers.
Yeah,
they were delicious.
Yeah.
Anyway,
thank you, Cody. But Sammy Tiger also. Sammy Tiger coming out of retirement almost, right? Sammy Tiger hasn't done an event in about 3 years. Anybody that's been in drifting or following drifting for any length amount of time, Sammy Tiger is one of those old school drivers back in the SWD and the Pro-Am days. And to see him come back out here and throw down his first event after 3 years, to come back in as a clutch kicker competitor, that's pretty cool to see him out here.
Yeah, Sammy Tiger has been around for a very long time, as you mentioned. And I even remember I just recently watched the 2007 D1 GP World Championships at Irwindale, and he was there. And he was already driving before that. So I mean, like, it just goes to show, like, he is one of the old school drivers.
Right.
So still waiting to see what we're gonna do.
Oh, interesting. Well, we've got both drivers there hanging out. We'll go. Let me thank some sponsors here. As I mentioned, we have Nitrous Outlet, RTX Race Tech Services, the official transmission, and Kensei Wheels, Tire Streets, Action Clutch, Liqui Moly, Cosmo Tires, and ECU Masters, all sponsors of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. And yes, we are here at the finals of Season 2 of the $100,000 Drift Series, and we are anxiously awaiting to see what's going to come in the year of 2022.
2022, and I mean, and we're like, oh, that's, next year. That's right around the corner, even though usually they start in April, that's 6 months away. That's not, or maybe March. We started marching this year, I believe, right? Yeah. So that's 5 months away. It goes by real quick.
It does, and we look forward to it, and we enjoy every minute of it.
Yeah.
So if you guys get a chance, we do a lot. We do our own podcast called Drift Sessions. We do it on our Drift Sessions YouTube page. The show is called The Clipping Point, and we grab a lot of these drivers that you see today. Our most recent interview was with Mr. Magic Mike Pollard. We were able to get him through Zoom, with the help of Zoom, to do an interview on our show, and we also were able to interview Pat Gooden in the past, all the judges we've had in the past. So we've had some great interviews on our show. So if you guys get a chance, go ahead and check out our YouTube channel at Drift Sessions. As you see on the screen right now, these are the driver expectations. With the lead driver is to drift the track as close to the predetermined line as possible and focus on hitting all the clipping points and zones. The lead run should look like a high-scoring qualifying run. Chase driver is to follow the lead car as close as possible with as much angle and style as possible as well. Should the driver impede on the lead driver's line by making them unable to transition, reach out to a zone, etc., chase driver will be held accountable. This is at the judge's discretion. Drivers will be deducted points if front wheels surpass that of the lead car for being on a shower line. Driver will need to be consistent. If on someone's door, but at half the angle, driver will be deducted. In the event that the lead car spins or goes off track, the chase car is not required to finish their run. So these are some of the things that the judges have made sure they made it clear to the drivers as they went into today's battle, what they're looking for. So it's very important that the judges are very clear on what they are looking for.
So they're going to have a restart. I think that was established with the restart light, but are they going to allow?
So they're going to give them 15 minutes, and they're going to let them allow change room tires.
Okay, there you go.
But what's really good here is what you see of the judging criteria right now. You got line of proximity, 35 points. And your angle is 30 points and your style is 35 points. So the adding these up together, that's what in your qualifying score, that's where you're going to really see these play a major role. Today it's going to be cat and mouse style. With drifting, the way they compete is cat and mouse, and you're going to have the chase driver chasing down that lead driver. So this season there is a countdown light, which is different from last season. Last season we saw Nick Sway doing a hand drop, the old school hand drop style. There was a lot of, it just makes it easier with the light and able to define when the start line is extinguished. So when that light extinguished, the drivers are required to leave immediately, and there is no uptimeable delay. Should a driver not leave the line immediately, a competition restart will be called. This is at discretion of the grid work. Competition restarts can be called a max of 3 times before the driver zeros.
Yeah. quick little correction there. You said Nick Sway.
Did I say Sway? Oh, I'm sorry.
was
Nick
Nick
Swan.
Swan.
Nick Swan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it happens.
I'm a little parched. I need some more sweet tea. I apologize, Nick. I did not mean that.
There's all kinds of Sways and Swans and so many names out here. We literally see almost 100 drivers out here throughout the different events that we've been out here, the different rounds. So there's so many people that we got to remember.
Right now we're looking at the bracket.
Yeah.
It's not the updated bracket, but we do have the bracket there.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see how these battles all pan out and what combinations we get.
Yeah, this is the 32.
Top 32. They're filling out the top 32 bracket, as you can see. And we got Dirk Stratton going to be going up against Josiah Felice, I believe.
Great battle.
Yeah, and then you have Harrison Johnson versus Rawlings, Manners versus Cardozo, Marin versus McDowell. That's going to be an interesting battle as well. Castleberry versus Sturman, 2 different powered vehicles. That's going to be a good battle. Whitnick versus Pollard.
Ooh.
I can foresee maybe a one more time on that one. Those 2 great drivers for sure. Dustin Miles and Tassinero, I could see it one more time there as well. Booth and Honadale, that's going to be a make or break for Honadale. He really needs to win that battle in order to secure that that first place championship finish.
Yeah.
And as you can see already, we have Adam LZ versus Willie Espinoza going to be battling out in the second half of the top 32 bracket.
The battle that really stands out is Nick Castleberry and Brian Sturman. It's a David versus Goliath battle there.
It is, but I'm really the Brandon Whitnick versus Mike Pollard. That I think is going to be one of the most exciting battles in the top 32.
Yeah,
provided both cars are at full potential. But like I said, Brandon Whitnick is no stranger to one more times. That man, no stranger.
Mike Farino says, "What's up,
Mike?"
Hey, Mike.
Oh, we missed Mike Farino out there. We haven't seen him.
He could have filled in that 64th spot.
Yeah, man. If you would have been out here, you could have been that 64th spot for sure.
Yeah, I mean, wow. He would have. He made all the 64s this year up to now.
So it would have been nice to see him out here, but hopefully we'll see him back for season 3. Of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. And from what I'm hearing, season 3 is going to have some big changes and just massive growth. What we've seen at Klutch Kickers here in last 2 years from its infancy, you got to understand, this is only the second season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, and it's getting bigger and better every event. And not just the event and the Klutch Kickers staff in general, but the drivers as well. The drivers improve tremendously every round.
Yeah, and from round to round, we get some big name drivers coming through and definitely showing their potential, but it's never easy for them. Just proving that the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series is no slouch.
Yeah, and what's interesting? I found there's people throwing axes. So if you had an axe to grind with somebody, you want to go over and head over to the the vendor area and just go ahead and check out Valhalla Axe Throwing. They got some axes over there, and if you want to release a little stress, maybe you just lost your battle and you're a little angry. You want to go over there and throw some axes at something, right? That's a good way to let off some steam. So go over there to Valhalla Axe Throwing, throw some axes. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Tim and Paul definitely want to throw some axes because they got to deal with me all day.
I wonder if they offer printouts. Like, can I send you a picture printout you could put on the wood there so I can throw an axe at them? So anyhow, you want to go check that out. Cosmo Tires is over there. We also have Klutch Kickers booth selling their merch. Bank of England mortgage lender out of Fort Walton Beach is also one of the vendors and sponsors out here. We also want to thank Veranda's Real Estate for all your vacation home dreams. And like I said, we have, another thing I want to mention is a Yankee Special. You want to check out their Instagram at Yankee Special. But Yankee Special, if you guys have been following Klutch Kickers, you'll remember the tornado incident that we had. Well, there was a tornado that actually passed through the pits in one of the rounds. Well, that inspired a t-shirt. Well, Sasha over at Yankee Special, he came up with a design, and they came off with a limited edition Tornado Klutch Kickers t-shirt.
Which Nate Hamilton did the production run of it. Right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
So if you also want to check out Nate Hamilton, the 144 Print House and at 144 Racing, if you have a design on a shirt, check him out. But Yankee Special definitely doing a great job in their design, and it looks like we're getting ready to get back in the action.
I bought that shirt.
You did buy that shirt.
I bought that shirt.
To also answer everybody, there is a light. So if anybody jumps the start light, there's another light letting the driver know that they jumped the start light.
Yeah.
So, because I know I did see some comments about we should have flaggers out there. There is a light out on the course to show the drivers that they jumped the start light.
And to clarify on that, it's if the lead driver jumps. The chase driver is allowed to jump, but then remember he has to start giving way after that row of cones that starts the course.
Correct. The chase driver is allowed to jump the light or go to roll start, but he's got to allow that lead driver his whatever form of initiation, the right away. He cannot impede his initiation. But here we go. We got Sammy Tiger pulling up in the follow position, and we have Cody Buchanan in the lead position. Ignore the names on the board right there, because that's definitely not Fellow and Nate. So right now we have Cody Buchanan. He is in the lead position, and Sammy Tiger in that convertible S13. It's interesting to see Sammy Tiger on a JZ. Typically we see Sammy Tiger always running an SR. Yeah. So to see him, when we got to speak to him earlier, we did an interview. He said, hey, listen, I'm going to come out to Klutch Kickers, but I need a little more power. The SR is not going to cut it. And I think he's right.
Yeah, it's crazy with the level that it's come to be out here at Klutch Kickers, where people are like, I need more power. And the SR...
Oh, there they go. Sorry to cut you off there. Cody Buchanan is going to, wow, Sammy Tiger way back there, 3 or 4 cars back easily. Let's see if Sammy can reel in Cody Buchanan. Cody Buchanan doing a great job trying to fill out the outdoors. Whoa, major correction there by Sammy Tiger as he makes his way and trying to just apply pressure, but Cody just putting down a great lead run just on that throttle. Good speed, good angle as he makes his way to another major correction by Sammy Tiger. Unfortunately, I don't know what's going to happen when we switch roles. But as I mentioned, Sammy Tiger is his first time out in 3 years, so he's going to have to shake some cobwebs off and hopefully be back next season.
Yeah, those are things that I could see weigh against Sammy really heavily there. He stopped there. We don't know what that means. But let's take a look here at the BC Racing replay. Cody out there in the lead doing a great job on outer zone 1 and inner clip as well. Then you can see Sammy Tiger just trying to do everything he can to catch back up while Cody is giving out a great lead run here. But let's take a look here, and this is another major mistake from Sammy Tiger right there. Cody Buchanan, not too many mistakes from what we can see there. So, man, Sammy Tiger has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, Cody Buchanan's got to hold it together. Now comes in the game plan. A lot of these drivers have spotters. If Cody Buchanan has a spotter, I'm sure his spotter's telling him, hey, listen, it looks like you have the advantage, so you better make sure you maintain it. And here we go. Sammy Tiger taking off down the straight. Cody Buchanan almost right there with him. Sammy getting deep into towards the end of the first outer zone, but doing a good job holding it together. And Cody, he's going to go in for the attack right about now. And there he is, poking in his little nose in there as he works his way through the second outer zone. Sammy Tiger, much better run now in his lead position. Oh, too much angle. Didn't spin, but almost dead stalled right in front of Cody Buchanan.
Yeah.
Wow. Sammy Tiger is not doing himself any favors.
Yeah, and you can see that Cody had to straighten out there to avoid hitting Sammy through outer zone 3. Let's take a look here. Cody actually initiating a little bit earlier than Sammy there in the chase, but then Sammy transitioning into the touch and go there. Cody Buchanan losing a little ground, but then he makes it right back up here in outer zone 2. Sammy not doing a terrible job through outer zone 2, but look at the rotation right here. Way too much. There you go. There's Cody having to correct to avoid collision with Sammy. I mean, there has been a decision, and what?
Is that correct? Sammy Tiger is advancing?
We need...
Yep, we're just waiting.
Oh, there it is. It is correct.
Oh, okay, there we go. Cody Buchanan is advancing.
Yeah.
I was going to definitely ask for some clarification on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Cody Buchanan is advancing. And Sammy Tiger, unfortunately, you have to call it a weekend. But man, I really hope to see Sammy Tiger back next season or out here at a fun day.
Yeah.
Because like I said, he is a old school veteran, so it's always good to see these old school guys come out and the new drivers can pick their brain and just be able to share about how much they maybe inspired them as young drivers. But right now we got, is that smoke coming out of Nick Rodriguez's car? I got Nick Rodriguez in the lead lane.
Is it running hot?
I don't know if it's running hot or
got a leak.
Maybe
well, maybe it's a BMW.
Water sprayers.
Maybe it's a BMW. They do tend to leak oil. I had several of them, so I could say that.
Well, that one has a Chevy engine, so it definitely is leaking oil.
Oh, so yeah, but once you put a Chevy engine in a BMW chassis, I think it automatically leaks. But hey, they're going down the track. Nick Rodriguez, wow, Steven, right door to door. Nicholas as they make their way into the first outer zone. Nick doing a good job of filling that outer zone. Steve, major correction it almost looked like through that first outer zone. Nick doing a good job diving into that touch and go, flicking it into the second outer zone. Almost side by side as they make their way around. Let's see how they do. Flicking it again to the third and final outer zone. Steve doing a good job of staying there with Nick Rodriguez. Nick Rodriguez he has a lot of experience, and you can tell that car's been beat up.
Okay, so there is the first half of the battle between Nicholas Rodriguez and Steve Bergstrom. There you go. You can see that, wow, did Steve Bergstrom initiate in time? I don't know. That would look pretty close there. But then Nicholas Rodriguez giving out a good lead run up to this point. Look at the angle that Steve Bergstrom had to give there to avoid contact and through the touch and go. But then coming through the outer zone number 3, nice, pretty decent line from Nick, and Steve following him everywhere he goes. So pretty impressive run by Steve in the chase, considering that he was such low power, but Nicholas Rodriguez giving a nice lead run as well.
Here we go. They're switching roles. Steve going to lead. Nicholas going to give chase. Steve in that teal 350Z and Nicholas Rodriguez in that purple E36 convertible, sort of. As they make their way into the first outer zone. Steve doing a good job trying to stretch it deep into that outer zone. Nick is right there with him, looking into the touch and go. Steve not as deep into that touch and goes. Wow, look at Nicholas diving in for the attack, almost putting his door right. There's tire right on the door of Steve as they make their way through the second outer zone. And here they go, flicking it into the third and final outer zone. Nicholas Rodriguez right there with him. And that little purple people eater, I don't know what to call it. That thing has seen some action. They had another driver that was on the Discovery Channel show, the Getaway Driver.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was actually able to take home some money on that show.
All right, let's take a look at the BC Racing replay here as Steve Bergstrom initiating lots of angle, tries to make it all the way out to outer zone 1, barely just gets at the end of it. Then you can see Nicholas Rodriguez making his move here to look at the proximity from Nicholas through outer zone 2, making little adjustments to make sure that they don't have any contact there. Good job by Steve Bergstrom in outer zone 3, and Nicholas Rodriguez following Steve everywhere he goes. So this is kind of a hard battle, but it looks like
we're just holding out for an answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Judges are going to have to make a call there. I'm sure they're going to analyze that.
Yeah.
Both the lead and chase runs of both drivers and see what happens. Both drivers look like they're having a good time, though. Both look excited. That little, what is that? Is that Lima?
What Lima?
Is that what
a lemur? You
a
mean?
lemur?
A lemur?
Lima. A lima.
It's a llama.
A lemur
It's a mix of something. I don't know.
It's a mix of a lemur and a llama.
Yeah, there you go. You never heard of that? Me neither.
Yeah, no, I don't know what that is. It's some kind of plush.
How would they make that?
He looks like he's clean. I mean, I saw him at Sebring, and it looked a lot dirtier.
Maybe he had to refresh it.
They put him in the washing machine.
You never know. That car has seen some action, I'll tell you that. Oh. I want to go ahead and just remind everybody, you guys are out there. It's hot, and you're in the sun. Make sure you're wearing sunscreen. Make sure you're staying hydrated. As you can see, a lot of Klutch Kickers staffs, they have their hats on, trying to keep in the shade as much as possible.
Yep.
That sun can be brutal, and that heat can come on you really quick. So if you guys aren't staying hydrated, make sure to go ahead and drink some water, especially the drivers and the pit crew out there. Guys, if you're one of the pit crew for one of these drivers, part of your job is to make sure your driver's in tip-top shape, not just physically, but also mentally.
I got a comment. It's a purple sloth.
Oh, it's a purple sloth.
It's not a lemur.
Yeah, well.
The purple sloth. Can't you tell?
What's he trying to say? Because he ain't slow. Yeah, so staying hydrated is very important out here. You know, we've had situations already with multiple events where some drivers or even spectators or staff have had like, you know, an ambulance come in with an IV. You know, it's serious out there. And I know today is not as bad as it was in August, but still, you got to stay hydrated and you got to stay in the shade.
Oh, look, Nick looks like he's pretty excited. I mean, these drivers are in their fire suits too, so these cars,
they produce heat.
And you know what the thing is? I used to have a convertible drift car, and you think convertible drift car, oh, it's going to be cooler because you get more air, and it's really not the case because now you're sitting in the sun. So it's really, it's not much better. You think it would be, but it's not. And I know I've seen other drivers, they have temperature gauges inside their car, and it gets up to 120 degrees inside those drift cars.
Oh, I think that temperature gauge is wrong because I think it goes up higher than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of these cars are 140, 160 degrees in there.
We got a decision.
We do.
It's going to be one more time.
Oh, this is our first one more time in the top 64. Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
There we go. One more time.
We made it a long time without a one more time.
Actually, I'm impressed. It took this long to get to a one more time in the top 64, but both drivers doing an excellent job. Obviously, doing what needs to be done. So we'll see what happens. Are they going to go change tires and come back? I don't know. We'll see.
All right. So are we going to see Fellow and Nate Hamilton come out and do their second half of their top 64 run presented by Drift HQ? So, or are we going to move on to the next battle?
It looks like it's going to be a one more time battle there. So.
Okay. So, all right. What's going on there? Interesting.
Yep. All right, so once
Okay, here we go. Fellow in the Hamilton. Here we come.
There it is. All right.
Okay, so Fellow, and this is I believe it was a false start by Fellow. Is that correct?
It was yeah, that's the only thing I can suspect.
So, and this is the second run of the battle of Nate Hamilton versus Fellow and Bavaro. So we'll see. A Fellow receiving a false start. The drivers wanted to change tires because they weren't able to catch that false start light as they made their way down the track. So as they line back up again, this will be the second half of the Fellow versus Nate Hamilton battle, and Fellow will be leading, and Nate Hamilton will be giving chase. So the winners of today's competition are going to receive, first place today will receive $10,000 and a Grip Royal steering wheel. Second place is going to receive $5,000 and a Grip Royal steering wheel. Third place, $3,500 in a Grip Royal steering wheel. Fourth place will receive $1,000. Fifth place, $500. And 6th through 16th place are going to get $400, basically receiving their admission back for the event.
And there we have Fellow and Bavaro coming up to the line. Nate Hamilton should be in the burnout box approaching the line. This looks like a very heated battle. It looks like both drivers are really out, to make a statement on this one.
Not really sure who has the advantage going into this second half of this battle, but as you can see, Fellow in the red E36 and Nate Hamilton in the purple and black 144 Print House 240 SX.
All right. Drivers are lined up. The lights are starting to come on.
And the way the drivers are going to, once those lights extinguish, Fellow will be taking off down the line. Looks like they're pointing something down the track, making sure everything is in order before they start. There we go. Trying to get thumbs up for both drivers. And it looks like both drivers are locked and loaded. And here they go. Fellow in the King's Performance E36 will be making his way down the track. Nate Hamilton closely following behind as they make their way into the first outer zone. Fellow's trying to stretch it in deep into that first outer zone. A lot of angle, a lot of smoke, good throttle as he makes his way into the touch and go. Nice and close. Fellow and Bavaro in that red King's Performance E36. Nate Hamilton right there with them as they make their way and flick it into the third and final outer zone. Nate poking right through the smoke. Wow, Fellow putting a nice cloud of smoke to try to phase Nate Hamilton. Unfortunately, Nate Hamilton, with that experience, is able to work his way through and poke his way in right on the door almost of Fellow and Bavaro.
A very impressive chase by Nate Hamilton there, but of course, the Fellow giving a good lead run. Let's take a look at the overhead BC Racing replay here. Nate Hamilton close by, but man, good job by Fellow trying to bring it all the way out there. But look at Nate Hamilton just following Fellow everywhere he goes. It's kind of hard to say following Fellow.
Fellow.
But look at the proximity through outer zone 2. Great lead line, but Nate Hamilton is keeping up with him, following the same line. Usually you would see a chase driver kind of shallow up the line to keep proximity, but not Nate Hamilton. He is staying on the same line as a lead driver and keeping proximity all the way through.
You on the same line. Just putting your car at the same angle, at the same speed,
Yep, and that's an ideal chase scenario right there.
That's great lead run by Fellow, but also a great chase run by Nate. Nate able to maintain consistent proximity and match angle and transition timing. If you notice that Nate was transitioning almost identical with Fellow and doing a great job of staying in the pocket and following Fellow and being able to not cut the track, right? Be able to stay there door to door with Fellow as they made their way through the track. But Fellow putting down a good lead run. So we'll see what happens as the judges are going to deliberate this. And you know, we're working our way through. We're almost 3/4 of the way through the this top 64 is brought to you by Drift HQ.
So the judges are still deliberating. So we're waiting on their call.
Okay.
Yeah, so after this battle, I don't know if we're going to be going right into the one more time with Steve Bergstrom versus Nick Rodriguez, or maybe seeing Lucas Torno versus Ethan Parnell. Lots of great battles out here.
Yeah, this is really good top 64.
Yeah, and we've usually top 64 moves a little bit slower. Yeah, and you know, some of the battles are very spread out, but I mean, this is like, man, hard decisions and tight battles. I mean,
Yep, drivers are really putting it all out there, doing a great job at not just performing and being at their top performance, but also maintaining their vehicles. We often talk about these drivers. What's great about Klutch Kickers as a whole is that these drivers are the grassroots drivers and new drivers are able to rub elbows with the more seasoned drivers, such as Nate Hamilton, Alec Honadale, all the other drivers that have been involved in or have pro programs, right? And then you have vendors like Drift HQ that really is more than a vendor providing cars. I believe we have a couple. We have a couple drivers all the way from Mozambique. That's in Africa, guys, really far away, all the way over here renting cars from Drift HQ. Drift HQ providing a valuable service in order to make Klutch Kickers world famous.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what's great also? I mean, you could be anybody with a rear-wheel drive car, and you're like, I want to compete against some of the best drivers. Where can I go do it? You come right here. You can come compete. You know, you pay the entry fee, your car gets teched, go out there and drive with some of the best.
Right, and I hear a lot of people talk about, well, it's not fair, and you got these pro cars versus these grassroots cars, but I will tell you from experience, and I will tell you when you ask any driver here about the unfairness going up against these higher horsepower pro spec cars, or pro cars, really, the pro Formula Drift cars that are out here, they love it.
Yeah.
They love it because what are they doing? One, the amount of experience that they're going to gain in this competition, driving with these drivers, is phenomenal. And to be able to test their skills, see what they got, put their skills to the limit, and then, like I was saying, rub elbows, and then be able to gain more insight and information on developing your own program. I would say probably about 70%, 70-80% as a pro driver is developing a proper program, finding sponsors, doing a good resume, and developing this program in order to make your sponsors happy, pick up new sponsors in order to fund the program. Because as anybody knows, at a grassroots level and just going out having fun, it's not so bad. But once you start getting into the higher horsepower, you start breaking things, you have to bring extra parts, you got to have a rig. Look at all the rigs here. Look at the amount of money that these drivers put into a passion. It's a labor of love that they come out here and they have a great time. So it's just, Klutch Kickers is phenomenal, and just what it brings to drifting, and is really an anomaly and a one-of-a-kind situation.
Yeah, it's a great thing. And one of the best things as an up-and-coming driver about this series is you can go up to these pro drivers and talk to them, get advice. They will help you out. They are all about helping out the little guy here. So it's great to see that kind of community, sense of community, and drifting
we saw that in the Cool Cat trailer. They're letting them drivers go over there and be able to use their lift. Like we said. When we were over there, Ben Julian was pulling his car on the lift just to check it out.
Well, not only that, we actually caught up with Emerson Noguera in the pits earlier today. Yesterday, Emerson Noguera, he put down a qualifying score. Unfortunately, his car broke in his second qualifying run and ended up being a bolt snapping in his transmission somewhere. He was Reese Marin, another old school guy representing Club Loose, offered his lift.
That's the Cool Cat lift.
The Cool Cat offered lift over there, so he went over there, put his car in the lift, and Emerson Noguera, him and his father were able to make that repair, so that way Emerson was able to compete today.
Yeah, no, that lift has definitely saved a lot of drivers here.
Yeah, even Drift HQ was using it on Friday night. I forgot which one of the cars there, but they had one of the cars. I think it was Andrew Mauer's car.
We do have an answer, and the judges did say extremely close. Nate Hamilton gets the win.
Wow. That was a hard-fought battle. Unfortunately, fellow will have to retire for the weekend. Nate Hamilton is going to advance on to the top 32.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So,
but fellow, I mean, he battled valiantly there. I mean, he could be proud of that because Nate Hamilton, one of the top 5 in the series. You can't sneeze at him there.
No, that's not safe anyways. You want to be sneezing at anybody.
No, that's
yeah, keep your sneezes to yourself. Cover your mouth. But let me tell you something. Having to go against Nate Hamilton. Oh, what is this? Point standings. There you go. Wow, look at that. Alec Hunnadale in first place.
Is this current? Because if you look on the website, the numbers are different.
Well, we'll have to check up on that and see if those points are the current standing, because it seemed anyhow. But like I said, I was saying before, Nate Hamilton, fellow having to get Nate Hamilton for your first run in the top 64, that's kind of rough.
Okay.
So here we go. We see Nicholas Rodriguez pulling up in the lead position. This is the one more time battle between Nick Rodriguez and.
Sorry, those points were from after round 3.
Oh, that was after round 3.
Yeah, it's now different here.
All right, so we got Steve. He's in the chase lane, and Nicholas Rodriguez in the purple E36 is in the lead lane. And these guys are going to go at it one more time. Both guys had the opportunity to change tires, get some fresh rubber on there. Want to make sure that they don't want to leave anything up for chance, right? If you're going to go one more time battle, you want to make sure you have fresh tires on, so that way you can perform at your 110%.
Yeah, the level of driving here requires you to have, your car at tip-top shape. That includes your tires. In fact, the tires are some of the most important parts because that's the one thing that's making contact with the ground, right?
That's going to make or break you, right?
Yeah, and drifting is all about traction,
There you go.
So you need to have that.
That you need to have that sideways bite, right? And to make their way down the track. There we go. Wow. Steven really pulling ahead of Nicholas as they make their way down the track. Ignore what's on the screen. That's not Lucas and Ethan Parnell. That's, whoa, major. Oh, I wonder what caused that. Steven spinning out on the first outside zone. Nicholas Rodriguez holding it together, finishing off his run. We're going to have to go back and look at that replay and see who was at fault there. Was that Steven coming in too hot, or did Nicholas Rodriguez make a mistake that might have caused Steven to overcorrect? Nonetheless, Nicholas Rodriguez in that purple E36 did finish off his lead run, and Steve making his way in that teal E350Z.
Yeah, in the drivers meeting, they were asking the drivers to be on throttle by outer zone 1, which it seems like Nick was. It seems like he was on power there, but of course, that's from that vantage point. So it looks like that Steve was just getting a little too aggressive there, and this is I believe this is an advantage here, but we don't know. We're going to see what happens here on the second run. Anything can happen here.
Yep, here we go. Steven pulling up in the lead lane. Nicholas Rodriguez will be chasing in the purple E36. Steven in the teal 350Z, Nissan 350Z. Nissan 350Z is such a popular chassis. I own one myself.
Yeah.
And a lot of drivers are able to utilize that in their full progression, as we've seen with Cabot Cardoza. Started off on a 350Z and was able to build the car to suit his needs. And as these drivers go down the track, Steve is going to try to pull away from Nicholas Rodriguez as they make their way down the stretch. Nicholas Rodriguez almost right there with Steve as they make their way through the first outer zone. Now they're going to flick it into the touch and go. Steve doing a good job. Kind of could have got a little deeper into that touch and go, but still a nice line as Nicholas Rodriguez jumping almost right on the door of Steve as they make their way, flick it into the third and final outer zone. Nick dropping back just a little bit as they make their way out the track, but great run.
Yeah, Nick Rodriguez not letting Steve Bergstrom get away at all. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Okay, this is going to be interesting, folks. I just want to mention this. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. We'll go ahead and do the play-by-play.
Let's see how they...
Yeah, so let's take a look here as we can see that both drivers initiate into outer zone 1 and then transition right here into the touch and go. There's Nick cutting the line to keep the proximity alive and then really getting up on Steve's door through outer zone 2, but both drivers not really filling it out there. Then here through outer zone 3, you can see that Steve is doing a good job filling it out. Good proximity by Nick, but let's take a look right here. Oh, this is a spin by Nick, and even though that's after the finish line,
Right.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I know the judges are.
See what the judges have to say about that.
Okay. Well, one of the things that judges did point out in the drivers' meeting is they do expect the drivers to maintain drift after the finish line. So that is something that's going to play a major factor into the decision here.
Yeah.
Obviously, the judges are shaking their head. Looks like they might have an answer. We'll see.
yeah, rules.
Okay, so we got Steve Bertram with the win on that one.
Okay, Steve Bertram with the win on that, and as Noah was mentioning before, that one thing that really they have hammered into the drivers is not spinning out, and after that start line, they are required to maintain drift, come out of drift, take control of the car, and come out of the drift without spinning out, even after that finish line. Correct?
Yep.
They're, so if they go off a track or spin, they will zero out their run.
Oh, okay. So we do have an update from the judges. The E36 also slowed down on his lead run through outer zone 1 or turn 1, and that caused Steve Bergstrom to spin out there because the dramatic slowdown. He didn't expect that, right?
Okay. So the decision was made prior to what happened at the end of the track.
Yeah.
So.
Also mentioned in the drivers' meeting is that once the drivers initiate, they are allowed to float their cars out to outer zone 1. So, and then also the E36 zeroed on his follow for spinning after the finish line. So we mentioned that as well.
So move Steve Bertram with the teal Nissan 350Z will advance, and Nicholas Rodriguez with that little purple E36 will be calling it a weekend. Hopefully see him back next season. It'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, Nick is no slouch at all. He's somebody to watch out for. We've seen him driving in this series before, and he usually does a pretty good job. So this is I don't want to say an anomaly because
we've seen anything can happen.
Yeah, Steve seems like a good driver too, so it could have been anybody's game. But we are going to be moving on to Lucas Torno and Ethan Parnell.
Yeah.
So you can see Ethan Parnell in the burnout box right there. Lucas Torno already at the starting line. This is 27th and 38th qualifying, 27th for Lucas and 38th for Ethan. Even though those numbers don't seem close, with 64 drivers, that's pretty close to the middle of the field, and that would mean that these guys had pretty similar qualifying runs. So it could be a good battle.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a good battle. Lucas Torno, he's also in the Pro Spec class, I believe, Formula Drift. Sporting a newer, I won't say a brand new livery, but definitely a newer King's Performance livery. If you see him, he's already at the line lead position. I don't know if that's like.
No, we may have a protest there. I see. See Zach talking.
Oh, it looks like Nicholas Rodriguez is at the line, so they do offer protest. But we're going to get into this battle of Lucas Torno versus Ethan Parnell. Lucas Torno in the E36 King's Performance across the side, and Ethan Parnell in that blue and red Nissan 240SX with the American flag on the roof. As they make their way through. Whoa! Washing out Ethan Parnell. That's a very uncharacteristic. Lucas Torno. He's going to finish off his lead run, doing a good job filling out that second outer zone as he goes and flicks it into the third and final outer zone. Lucas Torno doing a good job of, he's doing good. That's a good lead run, even though he's going to have a chasing him.
Yeah, so we're going to have to take a look at that area of the track again, because same situation that we saw with Nicholas Rodriguez and Steve Bergstrom. Let's see right here. Good initiation right there. Well,
it looks like almost like he lost power.
Right, yeah.
Because he had the angle and he was fully committed, but maybe when he went to go on the gas, it just looked like there was nothing there. Maybe he came out of gear.
Yeah, so
but Lucas doing a great job.
Yeah, Lucas doing a great job in the lead right there, filling out all the zones. But we're going to see what the judges have to say about exactly what happened there, because, we say one thing and then it's like, wait a minute, the judges really have an eagle eye for these things, and we're glad they're there for it.
Yeah, we're definitely not the judges. We're just here. We're just here letting you guys know play-by-play action, giving you as much information as we can, making sure all our sponsors and vendors are being advertised, right? Because we want to support them just like they support us. But here we go. Ethan Cornell, he's got a lot of ground to make up as he makes his way and initiates. Wow, initiating early into the initiation zone. Holding it together this time. He's getting deep in there. Lucas trying to dive in behind Ethan as they make Ethan right on that back wall. Did hit that wall pretty good, but he's still maintaining drift as they work their way through the second outer zone. Ethan really putting the pedal to the metal as they make their way into the third and final outer zone. Lucas Tornell right there with him in King's Performance E36. Wow. You know Parnell right on the side of his car, EDP Motorsports.
Yeah, the way he moved the wall there, it looked like...
see if it's over that line.
Yep, so the judges, as you can see, when you go around the track, as Noah will discuss about that wall there,
Yeah, take a look here as they approach out of the touch and go area here. It looks as if he goes a little too deep, and that is a big move there. It looks
maybe still within the line. I don't know. It's pretty close.
I don't know. There's not a lot of space back there. It's like maybe 6 inches. That looks more like.
Well, we have a decision. It's Lucas Torno.
Yeah, Lucas Torno.
All right, there you go, Lucas.
Black E36. Is it black or is it black? It's black and purple.
It's black on the top.
I don't know. It's a whole bunch of different colors, but it is the King Performance E36 pulling off the course right there. That is Lucas Torno will advance Ethan Parnell. Unfortunately, in the blue and red, Nissan 240SX will be calling it a weekend, and you see all those sandbags there. It's about a foot or so. If you see on the bottom right, you'll see a line.
Yeah, about a foot, and that looked like more than a foot.
Right. So what the judges told the drivers, they can tap the wall. They actually told them don't tap the wall.
Yeah.
It was I think Dwayne Ramsey's little words. Don't hit the wall.
Yeah.
They're not required to tap the wall. There is a marker there. They just need to get their bumper in that zone. To be able to walk away with the full amount of points to go through that zone. But if they do hit the wall, there is a line marked on the back side. If it moves beyond that line, it's going to be an automatic 0.
Yeah, so...
Don't touch it.
Yeah, don't touch it. Although yesterday we did see some people like really graze the wall. It looked like they tapped it and it didn't move very much.
Yeah,
you know, so
it's like telling a child, don't touch the red button, right?
Yeah.
You do want to touch it.
Yeah.
So, but the idea of the touch and go is not necessarily to touch it, but kind of just get to it and go. I don't know, hover and go.
Yeah. So let's see here. Next up, we got Keone Rodriguez versus Jose Rodriguez. Very similar spelling on their last names there, but yeah, it's pronounced differently there. Keone Rodriguez back in his F13. That car is a rocket ship, and he can drive that thing. But going up against Jose Rodriguez from Argentina in the stretch.
Pretty sure that's the American Union.
He is sponsored by American Union. We saw the flags and we see the banner on the windshield. Both drivers doing well out here in practice today. Keone Rodriguez will lead. As you can see, he's got that Hawaiian flag. He is representing Hawaii, loud and proud, out here with his family and his friends. He's always got a great crew around him. Yeah. And then Jose Rodriguez, I believe this is his first time at this competition, doing a great job as he makes his way down the track. Here we go. Keone Rodriguez going to try to put some distance on Jose Rodriguez as they work their way into the first outer zone. Here we go. Keone's going to get on the throttle now. You're going to start to see that smoke come out. Keone, very aggressive driver in the lead and chase position. Jose's got his hands full. And right now, Jose is trying to cut the track to gain that proximity, but Keone Rodriguez just pouring out the smoke on the throttle. A lot of angle. You just see that Hawaiian flag flying loud and proud. Beautiful as it cuts through the smoke.
Yeah.
Jose Rodriguez, he's going to have his hands full as he goes into the lead position.
That he is. Keone Rodriguez's car, I mean, it is fast. Let's take a look here at the BC Racing replay with a nice flick entry, already pulling away from Jose. Look at the line from Keone. Very nice. Of course, we have to see that Jose is cutting the line to be able to catch back up, but he cannot catch back up, even with a great lead line from Keone. But Jose just does not have what it takes in that car to make it happen. So
okay, we're about ready to go. I don't know if anybody can hear me out there. Did it find a driver's license? If you guys want to check it out. Judge's tower. Okay, so here we go. Second half of this run. Jose Rodriguez is going to lead. He's making his way kind of shallow through that first outer zone. Keone Rodriguez doing a good job of maintaining the line as they worked their way through and into the second outer zone. Keone almost right on the back bumper of Jose as they make their way to the third and final outer zone. Keone Rodriguez doing a great job following Jose Rodriguez's line. That was a really good job. Keone did a great job at the following that line.
And you know he has to make a lot of adjustments because that car is very fast. But let's see what the judges have to say about this. Let's look at the replay presented by BC Racing. They initiate by the last standing cone, and you can see that Keone Rodriguez is already making his move.
Keone Rodriguez gets the win.
Yeah, I mean,
Keone Rodriguez.
Let's make another announcement. If anybody's missing their driver's license, we found a driver's license, and it is at the judge's booth right now.
So, guys, everybody check your personal belongings and go ahead and go through your wallet or your purse or whatever it is.
Taylor Scott Schaefer.
Taylor Scott Schaefer, your driver's license is at the judge's booth. Your driver's license is at the judge's booth.
All right.
So Keone Rodriguez representing Hawaii, making his way into the top 32.
Yep. And up next, we're going to be seeing Tyler Berry versus Shaquille Bakar.
Shaquille Bakar, one of our drivers all the way from Mozambique, renting a car from Drift HQ, doing a great job, making his way into competition.
Yep. So that's always exciting to see new drivers, especially international drivers coming halfway around the world from Mozambique, and he's been proving to adapt to that car pretty well. So I'm really excited to see this. Tyler Berry, of course, he's been throughout the entire season here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series in that sweet trucking company E36 BMW. And that car is very, very well set up. It seems like it gets better and better each round. So Shaquille Bakar will have his work cut out for him. So we're waiting on Shaquille to pull up to the line here.
Yeah, Shaquille Bakar, like I said, one of the three drivers from Mozambique. One of the things when we got to talk to them is these drivers have never driven a left-hand drive vehicle. Yeah. So definitely fighting an uphill battle, having to come all the way over here. And they're out here to battle it out. Here we go. Tyler Berry going to make his way down the track in the lead position, putting a decent gap on Shaquille as they make their way into the first outer zone. Wow, Shaquille throwing a lot of angles through that first outer zone. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but look at Tyler Berry throwing the angle, getting deep and touch. Whoa, way inside. Shaquille Bakar dropping tires on the inside here, trying to cut that line to gain that proximity, but I think he sacrificed a little too much of that line in order to gain that proximity. Tyler Berry doing a great job. Nice lead run by Tyler Berry.
Yeah, and another thing, switching from right-hand drive to left-hand drive, not only are the controls on the opposite side of the car, but your perspective has to change as well because you're so used to being on that side of the car. But let's look at the BC Racing replay, a gap created by Tyler Berry there, and we could see that he just keeps pulling away more and more, but this is where Shaquille tries to make his move, but man, transitions too soon and drops, it looks like two tires. Yeah, it looks like two tires, so this is definitely a big strike against Shaquille here. It looks like Tyler Berry is going into the second run with an advantage.
Yes, Tyler Berry in that black, white, and yellow Sweet Trucking Company E36, and Shaquille Bakar in that rented Drift HQ green IS300. Beautiful car. Drift HQ bringing a lot of cars out here, providing for a lot of drivers. If you've been around Drift HQ at all, if you've been around drifting at all in the last few years, you know who Drift HQ is. They always bring a positive vibe to all the events, always supporting a lot of drivers. A great bunch of guys, and just always say support them, especially with a recent collab with Adam LZ as well. They're just growing, and they're doing bigger and better things in the year 2022, I'm sure.
I like that green color. I mean, guys, if you need a Mustang, you can. You
can paint my car green. We'll see. You have to get some driving there.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go. Shaquille going to lead. Tyler Berry going to get chasing that black E36, and here they go. Tyler Berry about a car length or so back. Shaquille doing a good job of trying to fill out that first outer zone, and now he's got to flick it into that touch and go, getting nice and deep in there. Shaquille going to flick it into the second outer zone. There we go. Tyler Berry in for the attack, almost trying to put that tire on the door of Shaquille as they make the way and flick it into the third and final outer zone. Shaquille, much better run in the lead position here as he makes his way through the track. But it just had a lot of ground to make up. Shaquille had some major mistakes, so we'll see how that affects him and the judges.
Yeah, that was actually very risky by Tyler Berry if it was confirmed that Shaquille Bakar did drop 2 tires on that chase run of his, because then that would mean that Tyler wouldn't have to do that aggressive of a chase run, just keep it close enough. But he still put it on his door, and it says it right there on the screen. Tyler Berry advances into the top 32. We're still in the top 64 presented by Drift HQ, so we still have a couple more battles here coming up. It seems like we're gonna be having Dustin Tobbett versus Colin Arundel. You can see Colin right there in the burnout box. Oh no, that's actually Dustin. Colin got out of there real quick. So Dustin Tobbett used to run a Mustang with a Mustang front end, as we used to call it.
Mustang with the Mustang front end. Yes,
yeah, he had a Fox body with a New Edge front end. So it was kind of interesting. And then, of course, Colin Arundel in that beautiful BMW 3 Series E36. I mean, that's a really good-looking car. Both cars really look good.
And here they go down the straight. Colin in that Barton-built dark forest green E36, making his way, just making his way through the first outer zone. What happened there? Oh, what happened there? The car just completely shut down. Man, Colin doing a good job holding it together as he makes his way through the second outer zone. Oh, what happened?
Yeah, this is
Dustin Tobbett.
The car is just stopped.
Shut down. Yeah, it looks like he needs
a tow.
He needs to get towed out of there.
Yeah, what an unfortunate event there for Dustin Tobbett. I mean, he's been showing a lot of promise in that car. I mean, it's a new car for him, at least here in the $100,000 Drift Series. But yeah, the car just runs out of juice right there. Nobody's home when he gives it gas. So, but then of course Colin Arundel in the lead position has to finish this run because the chase car can zero out, but you have to keep it going. And he's doing a really good job going around outer zone 2 there, and then entering into outer zone 3, staying nice and wide, exactly what the judges are looking for. Lots of angle to finish it out. Keep control through there. Good job by Colin Arundel. Hopefully we can see the second half of this battle with Dustin fixing his car, so we'll see what happens here.
Dustin hopefully has a 5-minute timeout and be able to get that car sorted out to finish off that battle. We'll see what happens when he gets his car back to the pits. If it's something simple, hopefully he can get that put back together, calls 5-minute timeout, and get that car fixed ASAP.
Yeah, so now we're just pulling this car off the track. Nissan pulling a Nissan.
Nissan pulling a Nissan.
Yeah,
there you go.
Not an uncommon sight.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yes, so if you guys just tuning in, this is the finals. This is the last round, round 5 of the Klutch Kickers Season 2 $100,000 Drift Series. And this is the top 64 presented by Drift HQ. Guys, this has been an exciting season. There's been a lot of ups and downs. We've been able to watch the championships battle as it evolved throughout the season. Our current points leader is Alec Honadale and Ben Julian, trying to dethrone or take that position, take that #1 spot, and to walk home with that extra $10,000 if he can by winning the championship. I want to go ahead and thank all our sponsors out there. We want to thank the Island Resort Hotel. If you guys are here with us today, you want to check them out tonight because there's going to be an after party. And we're always out there. A lot of the drivers are out there. The judges are out there. You can go out there. It's right on the beach. Beautiful Island Resort Hotel. And just network, right? Network and just grab a drink with some of the guys here, the competitors and the judges as well, and check them out. So you definitely want to check us out tonight at the Island Beach Resort and Hotel for the after party. We also want to thank BC Racing Coilovers. It's not about where you start, it's about where you are. Founded in a garage in 2006, BC Racing North America currently offers over 1,100 suspension kits, all custom made to fit your exact vehicle needs. Also want to thank Chase Bays. Focuses on high-end fuel transfer products for the aftermarket automotive industry. Designed to increase performance and aesthetics, all while saving weight and space. Drift HQ. You see several of the cars out here. They are out here with their mobile parts trailer on site, providing drivers and drifters with all needed parts to get them back on the track. Also, Grip Royal Steering Wheel. They are the official wheel of the $100,000 Klutch Kickers Drift Series. They're providing us with a collaboration steering wheel. You can get it. It's a yellow and black checkered drift steering wheel that you guys want to check that out and pick one of those up. Ignite Racing Fuel, the official race fuel of the $100,000 Drift Series. We also have Nitrous Outlet, the official nitrous supplier of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. RTS Race Tech Services, Kensei Wheels, custom wheels with the focus on quality and innovation, but not to break the bank. And just a great wheel, beautiful wheels.
Yeah.
So you guys want to definitely support our sponsors and our vendors that are out here. And looks like we have Emerson Noguera warming up his tires.
Yep, Mr. Noguera versus Mike Jones. So this is gonna be a good little battle, I think. Because both drivers, Emerson gaining a lot of experience throughout the season, not only here in Klutch Kickers, but in other series. He's won an Excite GP drift battle out there in Talladega, and so he's definitely moving on up.
Yeah.
Emerson qualifying in 23rd place, Mike Jones in 42nd, but Mike Jones in that very unique LS 400 powered by a 1JZ.
Yeah, he's running a Heatmaker Angle Kit, which is going to be a new product that's coming out for those LS 400s. So it's definitely a prototype, and it seems to be doing himself very well. He had some issues earlier in this weekend, but he got everything dialed in, and here he is, Mike Jones in that red Lexus, going to chase Emerson Noguera in that black E36 as they make their way down. Emerson really putting a gap on Mike Jones. Whoa, Emerson, and a little collision there. Little collision. Look, everything looks okay, but Emerson just coming a little too hot and coming into a dead stall right in the middle of outer zone number 1.
Yeah, we have Mike Jones going backwards on the course.
He's going to head.
And his door opened.
Well,
luckily it's after.
Yeah.
There are rules about doors, hoods, and trunks. Anything latchable opening in a run that would constitute as a 0. But the run is over.
We do have an update. Dustin Tobit's car is non-repairable.
Oh,
so
Colin Araldo goes.
So Colin will advance on Team Barn Built.
Yeah.
But we got the chance to catch up to Mike Jones because he almost got taken out of competition due to mechanical failure. But he's had a good builder, from what I understand. He wanted to give a huge shout out to Eric Calabot Gomez out of Orlando. Basically, he said he built the car in 2 months in order to make it, and he said it's just been a rocket, and the car's been working phenomenal. And like I said before, he's running a Heatmaker Angle Kit, which I guess is a new product for coming out for the LS 400s. Which, believe it or not, as large as that car is, large as that chassis is, from what I heard, it's actually a fairly light chassis.
Yeah, if you take all the luxury stuff out of it, all the leather seats and carpeting and all the electronic gizmos that thing came with, especially even for 1989, they had a lot of crazy technology. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good chassis. I remember talking to Mike Jones sometime last year. He was like, "Yeah, it looks big. It's a beer can."
Yeah, so yeah, it's like a big beer can. Also, like I mentioned before, you guys, your fans that are out here today, live in attendance, work your way through the pits. Mike Jones is one of those drivers that is trying to fund his program. So he has his own line, his own merchandise, wildline.us. If you want to check out his merch company and then go and buy some merchandise to help support these drivers, selling shirts and selling these things, it all goes towards developing that program. And as a driver trying to go pro, all these things help build that program. So we definitely ask.
Okay.
That you
I'm going to go run some ads. So.
Okay.
It's Huffy. Get over here.
Fatality.
You monster. Why would you torch a bottle? Just go to nitrosalad.com. We have so many options.
Papa, I'm coming, Papa.
That's hard. I put it down for my ready to die for my you want to fly with the I'm gonna shoot out for my we gon' take life for these we gon' fly high like a I know no other I know that bitch
And we're back. We're back here, and what you see in front of us is Colin Arundale is getting a bye run on the second half of his run. Unfortunately, Dustin Tobit was not able to repair his car in the 5-minute timeout. So what a shame. But Colin still has to run his bye run. And here he goes. I guess it's kind of like a last-minute practice before he goes into the top 32. So Colin taking off down the track. Basically, he just has to leave the start line from what I understand.
Yeah.
And so he's just going to work his way through the track, get a little last-minute practice, work out any bugs. Colin in a beautiful forest green, I guess you could say, barn built. He's with Team Barn Built out of Florida, and just working his way around the track. That's just a beautiful car. I was able to catch up with him at the show called The Human Baton down in Fort Lauderdale, and we actually got to drift the streets of Fort Lauderdale. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a great event. Of course, as you said, they do not have to drift their bye run, but for the fans and for the sake of the show, why not? Right?
And get some last minute shakedown.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that sky cam. You can see it's a beautiful day here at Holt, Florida, right around the corner from Fort Walton Beach, which has some beautiful beaches, right next to the location of the Island Resort Hotel.
Yep.
So,
where you still got to see the second half of the battle between Emerson Nogueira and Mike Jones. Of course, we saw that Emerson spun out approaching outer zone 1, and then Mike Jones did make collision. But I do see what looks like Mike Jones' car in the burnout box from that camera, from the drone that landed on the ground there. So we'll see.
And Emerson Nogueira, he's got a lot of ground to make up. What seems to be a major deficit, he came almost to a dead stop right in the middle of outer zone number 1. Emerson Nogueira, he has been improving his skills tremendously, making upgrades to that car originally purchased from Chelsea Denofa. I know they were looking to build something, and Emerson Nogueira is basically a family funded, right? A home team, very grassroots, but from round 1 to round 5, the finals here at the season 2 of Klutch Kickers, we have seen Emerson Nogueira step up his game tremendously.
Yep.
So what you see right now is Mike Jones is going to be leading in the red Lexus LS400, and Emerson Nogueira is going to give chase in that black E36. Emerson doing a great job trying to stay right on the back bumper of Mike. Mike Jones initiating very late, dropping a tire through outer zone number 1. Emerson's going to have to keep it together and put that pressure on Mike Jones as they make their way and flicking it into the second outer zone. There is Emerson Nogueira trying to cut that line a little bit to gain proximity. Well, Mike Jones holding together and able to make his way through the third and final outer zone. I'm going to be interested to see the drone footage on this. It's always a different vantage point when you see it right in front of you versus the sky angle.
Yeah.
So what a role the drones play now in drifting.
Yeah, of course. So let's take a look. Ooh, a stepped initiation there. Was that 2 tires? It was close, but it looked like it was just 1. But that initiation there might be...
That was very, very late, so we're going to see how that plays out.
That's a point of contention because the car started to step out, and then it kind of straightened out and kind of looked like a reinitiation, but I don't want to call that there. We'll leave that to the judges' hands there. Emerson Nogueira doing everything he can, chasing Mike Jones down. But let's see what the judges have to say about that, because...
2 minutes, possibly major mistakes made in the beginning.
One more time.
One more time. Yep.
Okay, maybe we'll get a little clarification from the judges on what caused it one more time. But if I could guess, it does seem like both drivers had major issues in the lead position, right? Which when a lead driver zero out, if it was a 0, if that's what the judges feel that the mistake qualified as a 0, basically the chase driver is not required to finish his run.
No.
So once that lead driver, if he zeroes out, does anything major to basically throw his run away, the responsibility of the chase driver can just kind of, hey, well, I'm going to go ahead and take that and advance on. But it seems like both drivers might have just done that and go to one more time, get a definitive answer.
Yeah, so let's see. Are they going to go right back out because they just changed? Oh, I don't know. Their tires look, at least Mike Jones's tires still look pretty fresh. So from that vantage point there, but it looks like we're going to be moving on into Taylor Ray versus Savio Silva. This is Taylor Ray, very popular with his YouTube channel, and possibly the last event, competitive event that we'll see the Miata in.
Yeah, we actually got to interview Taylor Ray and Ben Julian Friday night. Was it Friday night? I think it was Friday night. Yeah, we were able to get them both together at the same time, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And Taylor Ray did mention he will be switching chassis. So this, yeah, you're absolutely right. This may be the last competition that we see that little Miata of Taylor Ray's in. Salvio Silva, that Drift HQ green S14 as he's doing the little burnout there. He does have a new sponsor that he wanted to add to the list. So he's actually sponsored by NGPro, ngpro.com. You can check them out. It's a Brazilian standalone company that's starting up, so they sponsored him. So shout out to Salvio and his getting new sponsors building that program. NGPro, we want to thank them for sponsoring Salvio because Salvio's a great guy. Like all these drivers, always putting a lot of time and effort into not just his own program, but also the scene. But anyways, Taylor Ray taking off down straight in that little black Miata, Salvio in that green S14, making her way down the track. Taylor Ray making his way. Whoa, Salvio trying to apply as much pressure to cause a mistake from Taylor Ray. Taylor Ray is a well-seasoned clutch kicker competitor. Whoa, there goes the bumper of Salvio. So actually, he's kind of still there. And they're making their way through the track. Is he going to carry it all the way through? Getting destroyed. That bumper, wow. He's applying that pressure. Salvio is putting it almost right in the door of Taylor Ray's and make their way through the track. That was a pretty solid bumper, though. That thing hung in there. That's impressive.
Yeah, I was go
What
bumper.
makes this body kit, man?
Yeah.
That thing held on.
Go bumper.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take a look at the BC Racing replay here. Taylor Ray getting jump out there in the lead. Savio going really wide there, having to make an adjustment. Taylor Ray trying to make it all the way out to the outer zone there. Does not really make it happen. But then throughout the rest of the run, this is where we see Savio's bumper just come off. Savio giving a lot of pressure to Taylor Ray through the run. Taylor Ray starting to run over that bumper since it's getting pushed forward. But Taylor Ray with a great lead line right there through outer zone 3. But Savio giving him all the proximity and pressure that he can. That was the first half of their battle. So let's see what happens now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Salvio attacking extremely hard right at the initiation, almost too aggressive, having to make that mistake and throw his line off. I don't know if he straightened out, but there was definitely a major correction that he had to make that adjustment following behind Taylor Ray. So
yeah,
I'm sure that's going to weigh heavily against him in the judges' eyes. But we'll see as they switch roles. Anything can happen. Unfortunately, last round, we saw Taylor Ray actually get taken out by a mechanical failure.
Yeah.
And he was able to get that sorted out, and the car seems like it's running in tip-top shape. But like we said, my point being, anything can happen. Taylor Ray has still got to finish off the second half of this battle.
Yeah. We see Savio's car just sitting there at the line. Hope everything's okay with it.
No, they told him to stop just because there was contact. Remember in the driver's meeting, they said anytime there's contact, we need you guys to stop at the end of the line. So Taylor Ray went forward, but they were able to stop Savio.
Yeah, so you can see Savio's car there. And some of the drivers standing around it, you got Keone Rodriguez, and then you got Cabot Cardoso there looking on to see what their competition's going to look like.
Yeah, you always see that. Drivers, as soon as they get out of the car, they always come over to watch because you really want to analyze your competition. At the end of the day, this is a competition. Even though it tends to be more friendly competition, we see a lot of the drivers helping each other out, as we mentioned earlier. It's still a competition.
This isn't friendly. There's money involved.
Well, it's as friendly as it can be, right?
Yeah, they confirmed both cars are good, so they're going to send them back.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it is good to see this competition. These drivers, hopefully, most of the drivers have spotters. That is a very important part, I should say, of this this series, right? As a driver, to have somebody give you that feedback of your driving from the outside of the vehicle. So, hopefully, the newer drivers are learning from the more experienced drivers and finding themselves a good spotter.
Yeah, very important there. So here we go.
All right, Salvio's heading out in that green S14. Taylor Ray in that little black Miata right behind. Whoa, Salvio, major correction. Whoa,
that's a lot of dirt.
That's a lot of dirt. Oh, now Taylor Ray kind of has his work cut out for him. Not really cut out for him, but Salvio made it easy going off track there. Now Taylor Ray can just finish off his run. I don't know.
It looked like the car just had no power or something, and he's just sitting there like kind of baffled at what happened there. Because, you know, usually when you see something like that, maybe they'll pull the handbrake again to get the car to reinitiate, but just nothing happened after that. Just straight understeer. Let's take a look right there.
Oh, right. Yeah, it looks almost like he lost power right there.
No tire smoke, nothing. The car just starts pushing because there's just...
And then it understeers.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's on.
Look at, watch this.
He gets on the gas.
Wow, man.
Nobody's
Can't even
home.
see the car. Disappears for a second.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna need a new good wash now.
Yeah, need a good wash.
The interior too, because I think he runs with the doors with the windows open. So, oh boy, let's see what happens here.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that car is not running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're gonna have to try to help get Salvio Silva out off the track. They're checking the car out, making sure everything's okay. It doesn't look like anything's leaking underneath the car.
No.
So. Well, I mean, that being said, I want to go ahead and thank some of our sponsors out here, as I mentioned earlier, in vendors.
Taylor Ray advances.
Oh, Taylor Ray will advance. There you have it. Some of the vendors that we have out here today, and we have Sherry's Concession with burgers and hot dogs, drinks. If you guys, it's hot out there, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're feeding yourself and feeding your drivers as well. If you're one of the pit crew, you want to make sure you take care of your drivers, make sure they're hydrated, and they're in 110% mentally and physically as they enter these battles. We also want to thank Juan's Tacos and their amazing tacos, Yeti Ice with the shaved ice and pretzels, Yankee Special with their JDM-inspired designs and gear. You can check them out. And here we go. We have an updated point standings here. We have Alec Honadale. He is currently our #1 points leader with 298. Second place is Ben Julian. He's 78 points behind at 220. Then you have third place Adam LZ with 186. Dirk Stratton only 1 point behind Adam LZ with 185. And Taylor Hull, which he's not here today. He left, I believe, and he's at 171, so he's not going to be able to advance his points whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the event plays out.
Yeah, and if we count qualifying points, Alec Honadale really has 301 points, and Ben Julian would have 222 points, meaning it's a 79-point spread. So if Alec Honadale gets eliminated in the top 32 and Ben Julian wins, then it'll be 322 points for Ben Julian and 319 for Alec Honadale.
So it's Ben can still do it.
He's right there. It's a tall order, but Alec Honadale, I mean, we've seen him this season. He's a tough one to beat. So I don't know. Ben Julian's going to need a little luck on his side for that to happen.
Yeah.
So plus he has to. I mean, if Taylor Ray just advanced, Taylor Ray advances, keeps on advancing, and you know he's gonna have to run into Taylor Ray as well if everything goes that way.
Yep. So let's see what happens here as we still have Savio out on the track.
Yep, and they're gonna try to clear him. As you guys just saw a few minutes ago, you saw the bracket as it's starting to fill out in the top 32 battles that we're going to be going through. As you can see on the screen, this is basically how they organize everything. So it's a basketball style bracket. And they just move through the bracket, right? And then you got first place goes against the 64th place, and then they just work their way down. So it's also important that you guys go ahead and check out the bracket. Go ahead and get the link, and just continually update that bracket. So that way you guys can stay up to date with who's coming, your favorite drivers coming up, when they're coming up, and who they're going to be battling. So that's also very important.
All right. Of course, here on screen you can see the bracket system, how it works. You know, you got your traditional bracket from 64 to 32, 32 to 16, 16 to 8, 8 to 4, and 4 to 2 down to a winner. And then the highest qualifying driver, the #1 seed, going up against the 64 seed. And then they just start kind of meeting in the middle there as they keep going. So there is Savio getting pulled off the track.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, a Nissan pulling a Nissan again. So, what's going on here?
I don't know. They're going to pull him off the track.
So let's go ahead and call out this ID again. We have a driver's license for a Taylor Scott. Again, that's a Taylor Scott.
Taylor Scott out of Crestview, Florida. They have your license at the judges' booth, guys.
That's Taylor Scott Schaefer.
Taylor Scott Schaefer.
Yeah.
Well, if your name's Taylor, check for your license. If Taylor or
You
Scott,
live in Crestview.
If you live in Crestview and you have a license, driver's license out of Crestview, check your pocket and check your wallet, and just go over to the judge's booth and go ahead and collect your license. Yeah, please do. And also wanted to just go ahead and mention some more of our vendors out there. Guys, check out the Fun Haver rig, right? They brought the whole rig out here. You got Chelsea DeNofa and Von Gitten's demo cars out there. You just have a lot of merchandise. We caught up with Cody earlier, super awesome guy, and just out here helping support the scene and just support Klutch Kickers. And Klutch Kickers, just the mega event, it almost seems to be turning in the worldwide acknowledgement that it's getting. It's just awesome. But go ahead and check out their website. Go to fun-haver.com and you enter KICK25 and you'll receive 25% of your order, 25% off your order.
Yeah. Man, Klutch Kickers keeps bringing out.
We got a Jordan Whitmore. We have a Jordan Whitmore's credit card.
Oh,
what's going on with all these cards?
Yeah, you guys are dropping stuff here. What's going on?
So Jordan Whitmore, your credit card will be at the judge's booth as well.
What else are we going to find?
But going back to the vendors, Klutch Kickers coming out with all these vendors, and it's
here's the story though. We saw Trenton swapping his motor last night, right?
Okay.
And when we passed it, we still didn't see a motor in it. And next up, it's Ben Julian versus Trenton.
Yeah.
So will Trenton have his car ready?
He had the motor out?
Yeah.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah, well, it looks like that's his car there on the top of the screen.
Wow. They got a motor in there?
Man,
are you serious? So Trenton, he blew the motor, and
when we went to go interview Feeling Shredder, the motor was not in there.
Yep,
and that was only a few short hours ago.
Yeah, so it's got an engine in there. That's a JZX90 Toyota Cresta of Trenton Crop.
That's insane.
So there was no. So
that car must have been running for like 20 minutes now.
I think.
That's crazy because I'll tell you right now we interviewed Feeling Shredder about 11:30, I believe.
Yeah.
When we walked by, there was a motor sitting there with nothing attached to it, and a head and a couple other parts.
And I think what they did is they called Stefan Papadakis over, be like, "Hey, I know you can swap engines in like an hour. We got Toyota here, man. So can you help us out?"
I don't know, but they
did it. It looks like, well, there's a bunch of guys in the engine bay pushing the car. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. But
he's got a hamster wheel in there.
Wow. Well, looks like he's got it ready, lined up at the burnout box. Wow. Good deal.
So let's see what happens there. So we're still waiting. I guess we're cleaning up the track because, of course, when Savio went off, it did make a big dust cloud, a big dirt cloud, if you want to call it.
Yeah.
And that means that they're going to be cleaning up the track. But that will be our next battle is Ben Julian versus Trenton Kropf.
Yeah, Ben Julian, he needs to take that win.
Yeah.
He needs to keep winning. And then Ben Julian, if he gets past Trenton, he's going to have to face the better of Andrew Maurer or Ethan Hodges, whoever wins that. Both formidable opponents for sure.
Yeah.
Ben Julian, he just keep his head focused. If you ever get a chance to check him out or meet him, Ben Julian, definitely a great guy. And also you want to check out Ben's used Miata parts. If you have a Miata and you're looking to build your Miata, whether it's for spec racing, spec Miata, or just for looks and take the car show, check him out.
Trenton operates Y-plate imports, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. So if you're looking to import a car from Japan, he's the man to get a hold of.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car.
That's a nice Cresta he's got there.
Yeah, if you're into the JDM Toyota big body 4-doors, that's definitely a car to look at. I mean, I personally love old school Toyotas.
Looks like we're going to go back to the battle of Emerson Noguera and Mike Jones.
Oh, that's right. They have not ran the second or... Oh, no, it went one more time.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right, one more time.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, we're going to hopefully get a decisive winner between those two drivers. But let me go ahead and mention the rest of our vendors out here. We have Valhalla Axe Throwing over there. You can see them very in the distance. They have that cage there. People throwing axes, not at each other. And then you have the Klutch Kickers booth. Klutch Kickers has really been developing their apparel. They have racing gloves now, and they have the steering wheel, the collaboration with Grip Royal, and able to develop that beautiful steering wheel. Comes I think in yellow or black.
Yeah.
And Great steering wheel, grip royal. We got to hang out with the owner for a little while, chat with him. A lot of great designs, very unique designs, right? We also want to thank the Bank of England mortgage lender out of Fort Walton Beach for coming on board and just supporting Klutch Kickers. Also, Veranda's Real Estate for all your vacation home dreams. It's good to see these non-motorsports related companies coming out to support this scene, right? It's always great to see the motorsports and the different manufacturers to support drifting, but when you start to see non-motorsports related vendors, right?
Yeah.
I believe we had T-Mobile out here last time coming out here and supporting the scene as well. So it's great to see these vendors and these sponsors coming on board.
Yeah, it's when you see those non-motorsports or non-car industry sponsors coming in where you really know you're starting to grow.
Yes.
So you're reaching out to other people that would normally not know about this.
Yep. Well, here we go. We have Emerson Noguera in that black E36 and Mike Jones in that red Lexus LS 400, and they make their way down the track. Emerson in the lead. He's going to initiate. Mike Jones pretty far back. He's got some ground to make up as they make their way through the first outer zone. Emerson not as deep into that first outer zone as he probably could have been, flicking in pretty far off that touch and go. Whoa, Mike Jones spinning it, looping it around in that touch and go. Wow, Emerson Noguera right now, he just has to hold on and finish off his lead run, and he's definitely going to have the advantage on this half of the round.
Yeah, uncharacteristic mistake there by Mike Jones. We've seen him drive a lot through in Florida events, and this is something we did not expect to see of him. Of course, Emerson not making it all the way out to that touch and go, did that really throw Mike off? It shouldn't really have. I mean, he should have been able to follow Emerson through that section. That's what the judges said in the driver's meeting. Even if the lead driver is not on the correct line, you follow him like a moving clipping point. So, yeah, so this looks like an advantage for Emerson Noguera. So we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Emerson coming a long way from the beginning of the season, developing that car and his program. Always working with his family. Always get to hang out with him out here too as well, and get to see his dad. It's good to see a lot of these guys. It's a family affair. Always hanging and supporting their family and their friends as they come out here and just go and battle it over and over again.
And you can see there's going to be a little bit of cleanup here from right there on outer zone 3. That's because after Mike Jones spun out, he kept going through the track and kind of dirt dropped there. So just a little bit of cleanup here. Nothing too bad. I think we should have it cleaned up soon.
Yep, but you see both drivers are at the grid. Mike Jones in the lead lane and Emerson Noguera in the chase lane. So what you see on the screen, you're going to reverse that. Mike Jones in the red Lexus and Emerson Noguera in the black E36, sponsored by Victory Motorsports.
That is correct.
So we're still not through with the top 64. It's going to be a long day. It already is a long day.
Yeah, top 64 presented by Drift HQ. I mean, it's been exciting. It's been exciting. It's at 3:08 local time here. That's Central Time. So we still have a lot of the event left. It's going to be a long day, but an exciting day. And this is round 5, the finals. And I think their drivers are ready to go. Let's go.
And away they go. Mike Jones is leading. Emerson Noguera is going to give chase. And here we go. Mike Jones, he's really got to pull down a spectacular lead run, buddy. He's way wide, really wide, almost straightening out. Emerson Noguera trying to hold it together as they make their way into the touch and go and flicking into the second outer zone. Mike Jones definitely has a major deficit to overcome as they make their way, and he flicks it into the third and final outer zone. Emerson doing a good job staying with him, though, right? Following that line of Mike Jones as they make their way through and off the course.
Yeah, that mistake right there, approaching outer zone 1, that's definitely going to be weighed heavily against Mike Jones, I believe. Let's take a look here at the BC Racing replay. Again, a stepped initiation.
So Emerson Noguera gets the win.
Emerson Noguera getting the win. And you could see the mistakes there from Mike Jones that allowed Emerson to get the win there.
Yeah.
So
we got Trenton and Ben Julian in the box.
Wow. All right. So Trenton putting that motor in about 3 or 4 hours.
They worked all night on it because I remember seeing it on Instagram.
Yeah.
But as far as when we passed him, there was no motor.
Yeah. So here's another thing. I know we've been talking about how Ben Julian can make the championship, but if he does not make this run happen, if he loses this battle, then of course that would mean Alec Honadell wins the championship. So I know Alec is definitely watching
this run, right?
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
So because if Ben loses this, all bets are off. Trent, I mean, the car looks like it's holding together. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Beautiful car.
Yeah. I like I mentioned before, I love old school Toyotas. This thing definitely fits the bill, and it's cool to see. He did not get any practice though, because his engine wasn't in the car. So
he just running on whatever he did for qualifying.
Yep.
So he did not get any team to practice day. Ben Julian in the lead lane in that little blue Miata, and we got Trent. And is that a Cresta? You said that's a Tio Cresta. A Tio Cresta as they make their way down the track. Wow, he's door to door with Ben Julian as they make their way down the track. Ben Julian flicking it into the first outer zone. Trenton almost right there with him, dropping back a little bit. Ben doing a good job of filling out in that first outer zone, flicking into the touch and go and into the second outer zone. Trenton right there with him. Wow, Trenton doing a good job.
Came from it, so it's working.
Yeah, it looks like it's working. Whoever, they did a good job of getting in there because it's got power and it's running really well because he's almost right there with Ben Julian almost all the way through the track.
Yeah, really good job from Trenton there, keeping up with Ben Julian throughout the course, especially with no practice. I mean, that's pretty impressive right there. Ben Julian, of course, doing as he always does, a great lead run. So let's take a look at the BC Racing replay. They initiate right there. There is Ben Julian staying out wide on outer zone number 1, then going into the touch and go right there. You can see that Trenton makes a move there, but it's probably at the wrong spot because he had to back off a little bit, but then can make the move back onto Ben Julian's door. And then Ben Julian, of course, doing a great line as he normally does, starts to pull away a little bit through outer zone 3.
Trent just called 5 minutes.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you what, though, that was a solid chase run by Trenton. Ben, I mean, you could say maybe it was little mistakes here and there, but Ben cannot play it safe from the chase position. He's going to have to apply the pressure to Trenton. So let's see what happens with Trenton's car, and he's going to take a 5-minute break to try to repair whatever he's got to repair.
Yeah, it seems like we're going to be moving on to the battle of the 350Zs. Andrew Maurer versus Ethan Hodges. I don't know if the drivers are staged and ready to get going, but
they both are JZ powered, right?
I can confirm Ethan Hodges. I'm not sure about
Andrew Maurer was as well.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. That's a good question.
That is a good question. We gotta check it out.
I have it here. Hold on, let me pull it up.
You see a lot of drivers. You see Magic Mike's pit right there underneath the Link ECU tent. It's just kind of hanging out, waiting to see how the rest of the top 64 develops. Well, it's gonna be a great top 32. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah, top 32 is already shaping up to be a really exciting, battle-ridden section of the competition. I mean, this is gonna be a very fun day here at the at round 5 of the $100,000 Drift Series. This is the finals.
Yes.
Here, this is the last event or the last competition event of the year. We're still in the top 64 presented by Drift HQ, and then from there we're going to be going on to the top 32. And once that happens, the show just keeps it really it gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, we got to get past this top 64 and get right into the top 32.
Well, they have battles with each other.
They do have battles with each other.
Oh no, they don't. They haven't. No.
Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, Ethan. It doesn't look like Ethan Hodges and Andrew Maurer have battled each other yet in this season of Klutch Kickers. So, but Andrew Maurer with a total of 3 overall wins, 4 losses, and Ethan Hodges has 2 overall wins and 2 overall losses prior to today's event.
Yep.
So, yep, looks like
Ethan Hodges right there on the line. You can see Andrew Maurer doing his burnout there, getting the tires warmed up to do battle against Ethan Hodges. Ethan Hodges was not here the last round, I believe. He missed a couple of rounds from this year. So it's good to see him back. We'll see if he can, if he's lost his cool or if he's ready to take it on again. I think he is ready because he's one of those drivers. I'm telling you, I've seen him before. He's battled Randy Noah and put up a good fight against Randy, and he'll go door to door with anybody. So in that Joker Performance 350Z. Yeah.
So Ethan Hodges going to lead in his burgundy or red Joker Performance 350Z. Andrew Maurer in his green 350Z. 350 versus 350 as they make their way down the track. Andrew doing a good job out the gate, but Ethan able to pull a little gap as they go into the first outer zone. Andrew going to try to close that gap, get right on the door of Ethan as he makes his way through the track, and they're diving into the second outer zone. Ethan doing a good job. Looks like getting deep into that second outer zone. Andrew trying to get as close as he can and put as much pressure, but Ethan's doing a good job of keeping that distance. Andrew just not able to close the gap like we'd like to see.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan was able to run a great lead run there and still keep the distance between him and Andrew Maurer. Andrew Maurer trying to bring in the proximity. Here we go. They're initiating right there in the BC Racing replay. Good job by Ethan trying to get out all the way out to the outer zone 1. Does a decent job on the touch and go, stays all the way out wide. You can see that Andrew Maurer is trying to shallow up the line in the first half of the outer zone 2 to try to catch up. And then take a look here as Andrew Maurer again trying to shallow up the line to catch up, but cannot get up to Ethan Hodges' car.
We got them back at the line.
Yeah, they're back up, so let's see what happens when they turn things around.
All right, now Andrew Maurer is going to lead. Ethan Hodges is going to give chase. Andrew Maurer in that green 350Z, Ethan Hodges in that red or burgundy Joker Auto Performance 350Z. So here they go. They make their way down the track. Ethan almost in front of Andrew as they go down the track. Wow, look at the pressure that Ethan is putting on Andrew Maurer as they make their... I don't know if he impeded his entry, but they are still going at it, battling out neck and neck. And there you go, Ethan trying to dive back in on Andrew as they make their way out of... Wow, Andrew dumping a tire off the edge of the track, but man, Ethan right there with him, sticking it to him. Whoa, almost putting his tire right on the door of Andrew Maurer as they make their way through the third and final outer zone. That was a lot of pressure Ethan was putting on Andrew there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about with Ethan. He will put it on anybody's door. He is confident about his driving. Here we go. Nice faint entry by Andrew Maurer, although he did drop a tire. There is Ethan Hodges putting on the pressure right away and then going through the touch and go. None of them going into the actual touch and go, but staying far away from it. There you go with outer zone 2, a tire drop by Andrew Maurer, and then transitioning into the third outer zone. Man, look, matching line for line and still keeping proximity, and there goes Andrew Maurer with another tire drop.
Wow.
Ethan Hodges was very impressive.
Looks like they might have got a call, and yes, it is. Ethan Hodges will advance. Andrew Maurer, unfortunately, going to have to call it a weekend. Ethan Hodges putting that pressure, applying that pressure from the chase position, do an excellent job.
Yeah.
Excellent job. Both drivers doing a great job, but unfortunately, one driver's going to have to go home, and one's going to have to call it quits today. There's always got to be a winner. There can be only one.
So we're going to go back to the Trenton Ben Julian battle.
Yeah, you can see Trenton Kropfer there entering the burnout box, getting his burnout started. So this is we already ran the first half of this battle. Trenton, with no practice today, was actually able to keep up with Taylor Ray, and we know that Taylor Ray's car is very fast.
Ben Julian.
Oh, Ben Julian, excuse me.
No, that's okay. If you get confused, Miata twins, but yeah, Ben Julian. He's got his hands full, right? So Ben Julian, in order to secure that or even keep himself in the race for that number 1 position, he needs to advance on here. He needs this win. Yeah. But let me tell you, Trenton, him and his team have worked their butts off to be able to get Trenton back up to the line, and Trenton did a great job chasing Ben Julian. But here we go. Trenton's going to lead. Ben Julian's going to give chase. Ben's going to have to give it his all in that little Miata. Ben's used Miata parts, as you see written across the side. And as they work their way through the first outer zone, Ben cutting that line a little bit. Trenton doing a good job for the most part, filling out that outside zone. Looking into the touch and go. Wow, Ben diving right in on Trenton. Oh, no, Ben. He's going to have to keep it together. Trenton doing a good job for the most part on his lead run. There we go. Ben really trying to apply that pressure. It might have been a little too much, though. Wow.
Championship implications here.
Wow.
Is this it? Is this the last part of the Ben Julian's run for the championship? This is huge.
Well, we're going to watch that replay very closely.
Let's look here. All right, so Trenton doing a pretty good job getting all the way out to the outer zone 1 there. I think he did better than Ben in that section, lead for lead. But then right here, boom, man, just not giving enough room. Ben Julian not giving Trent the room he needed to transition, and that's a big car in front of him, a long
look
wheelbase.
at the size difference between the Miata and that Cresta.
You got to give him a little space to transition there. Wow, I mean,
oof, this hurts. Oh, this really hurts.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I'll tell you what, you got to give it up to Trenton and his crew.
Yeah.
To be able to get that car back together and drop that engine in what you said 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
And battle it out with Ben Julian, are right now current standing number 2 in championship series.
Yeah, they were not going to go down easy after swapping an engine. He was like, I got to make this happen today.
He put it all out there, not having practice.
Yeah,
that's a testament to Trenton. Trenton doing an excellent job, being a strong competitor.
Yeah, you can see he even dented in the bodywork, the actual metal work of the car.
Ooh, yeah, actually, wow.
Yeah, so
crippling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty hard hit, but Ben Julian, I mean, you got to give it up to him too. I mean, he's had a crazy season, lots of up and downs.
You see his buddy there, right there, Taylor Ray, right there with him.
Yep.
Those guys always together.
Yeah. And they're always fun to watch tandeming. We watched a little bit of practice, and they were tandeming together. And, man, I mean, I was like, man, I hope this does become a battle today because, man, it's just door-to-door everywhere,
Right.
They're so comfortable driving with each other. But we'll see if that happens or not.
You see the judges right there, Passion Packman on the left. Oh,
we have an answer, so Trenton gets the win on that.
Wow, Trenton moves on and is going to advance to the top 32. Did this just seal it for Alec Honadale?
It did indeed. That's it. Alec Honadale is your 2021 Klutch Kickers $100,000 drift champion.
Wow.
Oh man.
I wouldn't have saw that coming. I really wouldn't have saw that coming. Ben Julian, unfortunately, gonna have to call it a weekend. Looks like they're jacking up Ben Julian's car, make sure everything's okay. You can pull it off the line, like Paul mentioned before. That when there is any kind of collision, they want the drivers to stop.
Yeah.
So they can evaluate the cars and before sending them into the pits or onto the track again.
Yeah, they're jacking up
Ben Julian's car.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Wow. So hats off to Trenton. Trenton going to move on in a beautiful teal. Is that teal or turquoise Cresta as he makes his way back into the. And hats off to his crew for dropping that motor in and then taking out Ben Julian.
Yeah, this is what a crazy event up to now.
Yeah. And here you go. Here's a very clear description on what the judges look for when it comes to collision. The collision is at the discretion of the fault of the collision is at discretion of the judges. They will each get a say in who is deemed at fault. Chase car is being overly aggressive will not be tolerated. Rubbing and bumping happens. Intentionally trying to run through a car will not be tolerated. Same for the lead drivers. Brake checks, long e-brake drags, intentional changing of the line, etc. To throw the chase driver off will not be tolerated. The driver who is deemed not at fault will be allowed to work on their vehicle for 15 minutes, and so forth and so on, as you read. But we're going right into the next battle, and we have
a very interesting car.
We do have a very interesting car. Beautiful S2000 of Jeff Kurtz as Joey Campbell's giving chase. And they make their way. Joey just having some struggling there as he makes his way through the first outer zone. But Jeff doing a great job filling all the zones, flicking his little S2000 into the second outer zone. What a gap there is developed between Jeff and Joey as Jeff really makes his way through the third and final outer zone. Joey, there he is. He's hanging back. Unfortunately, that was.
Yeah, there was just not enough against that S2000.
You have to say that we just witnessed a gaptism on Sunday.
Yeah. Jeff Kurtz with that little rocket ship out of S2000 just pulling out in front does not fill out outer zone 1, but neither does Joey Campbell as Joey Campbell straightens out there because he had to make an adjustment. But then Jeff Kurtz continuing on through the rest of the run, doing a good job through outer zone 2, transitioning into outer zone 3, trying to stay out wide as much as he can. Starts to come off a little bit, but nothing too serious, as Joey Campbell did straighten out earlier in the run. So this is a advantage to Jeff. Let's see if Joey can turn that around.
All right, so now Jeff is going to give chase, and Joey's going to lead as they work their way down the track. We get that beautiful S2000 trying to dive right into the pocket there of Joey as they make their way through and past the first outer zone, and now they're going to flick it into the second outer zone. The cars are almost side by side. Jeff doing it. Ooh, surging forward is Jeff on almost the back tire of Joey as they make their way out of the second outer zone and into the third and final outer zone. I'll tell you what, that S2, whoa, dropping the tire, straightening out, getting a little squirrely there. But I'll tell you what, that S2000 is doing really well. Not a typical platform to drift.
You got well, not only not typical platform. He's got a J35 supercharged.
Yeah.
Well, J35, what's that?
That's a V6 Honda motor.
Honda Accord, Honda Odyssey, bunch of Acuras. Yeah, it's definitely not a common engine, but you can see here through outer zone 2 that Jeff was putting a lot of proximity into to Joey there, and then Joey through outer zone 3 will dip a tire and causing him to straighten out right there while Jeff was trying to keep proximity.
And we got a decision. Jeff Kurtz gets a win.
Well, Jeff Kurtz, I'll tell you, choose that platform. He's got his pick at the junkyard.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, there's a ton of those.
They're everywhere.
There's a ton of those.
Oh man!
And it's not a popular chassis. We did a good interview with Mike Pollard, and he said that was one of the more difficult cars he's ever had to try to slide.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, so that's definitely not a. It's not a drift-friendly chassis.
But he's making it work, and he's making it look easy.
That car is very, very well set up. I'll tell you that much. He's probably put a lot of research and development into that car to make it work the way it does. And I'm happy to see an S2000 drifting. I would love to see more.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, and I really enjoy it. And like you said, it's not just an uncommon chassis. It's also an uncommon power plant that he chose to put inside that car.
Yeah.
Next battle is going to be fun. Randy Noah versus Marcos Rodriguez. Oh, yep, that's going to be good. It's going to be a good battle. Let's top the number 2. Randy Noah qualifying number 2 and 63. Marcos Rodriguez, I think he's one of our drivers. Is he one of the drivers from...
Is he? From Mozambique?
I'm not sure.
We'll get the stats up there, but this is the final battle of the top 64 presented by Drift HQ. Randy Noah qualifying number 2. I mean... What a run he's had.
Yep.
Yeah, so that is Marcos Rodriguez. He is one of our drivers from Mozambique. Right. He is in the rented Genesis Coupe, Hyundai Genesis Coupe, rented from Drift HQ.
Yep.
So we'll see how that goes. Randy is one of the number 1 competitors here for sure, and I know he's got his eyes and his sights on the podium today.
Oh yeah. Randy has definitely been progressing throughout the season, and we've been like, man, Randy's such a good driver. Can he progress more? Yes, he can. He's even with his battles against Alec Honadell, you know, he's really shown that he deserves to be out here competing for the $10,000.
Yep.
Yeah, Randy has got a 66 win-loss ratio. So he's got about 6 wins and 3 losses.
Wow, so he's coming in definitely with an advantage when it comes to the average here. And Marcos Rodriguez here, he's in a left-hand drive car. Rented left-hand drive car all the way from Mozambique. And here competing in the top 64 of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, the finals, round 5, season 2. And here we go. Randy taking the lead in that purple S14, and he makes his way, initiates. Marcos trying to initiate right behind him, but falling back is Marcos. But Randy holding it together, making his way through the first outer zone, flicking into the touch and go. Marcos really struggling to get some angle out of that Genesis Coupe there, but he is starting to dive in there, trying to gain some proximity. Randy on the throttle, doing a great job of just putting a solid lead run, keeping on the very edge of the track, throwing a ton of angle, ton of smoke. That's what we expect to see from Mr. Randy Noah.
Yep. Randy Noah putting on a clinic as he normally does in the lead position. Marcos struggling all the way through the course. We'll see that here in the BC Racing replay. Nice early initiation by Randy Noah, and then you can see that Marcos had a initiation by the last standing cone, but nowhere near where Randy's at. Randy, of course, always consistent on that touch and go area, putting his bumper right near that wall. Does a little dirt drop, but nothing too serious there. I mean, Marcos trying to catch up, but I mean, Randy's car is pretty fast, and it makes it really hard for Marcos to catch up. Marcos seems like the car is very underpowered, and it's making it difficult for him to compete against a car like Randy's car. So we'll see what happens here. Can Randy follow a slower car like that.
Yeah, and what's the strategy, right? Randy probably pretty confident he has the advantage already going into the second half of this battle. Marcos, like we said, coming all the way from Mozambique, is super excited about being here and competing. So how Randy is going to play this, we'll see. Is he going to be too aggressive? Is he going to cause a mistake? I don't know. But they go into the entry. Marcos entering in a little late in the entry. Wow, Randy Noah right there with him. Didn't straighten out, so he did make not too major of a correction. Randy Noah is doing a great job in the chase position as they work their way around the second outer zone. Marcos very shallow through that second outer zone as they flick it into the third and final outer zone. Randy is still there with them. He doesn't want to leave anything to chance. He wants to apply that pressure and put it right in the judge's face and show them that he's not going to just let the guy run. He's not going to take it safe. He's here to battle it out.
Yeah, that was impressive by Randy. They're making all the adjustments he could to stay
already.
with.
Oh, we do have a decision.
Yeah. Randy Noah wins.
There you go. There you have it. Randy decision. Oh, we see the correction there by Marcos.
And then you can see that Marcos doesn't even really have a lot of angle throughout the rest of the course. He did right there, but then right here you'll see it's just very shallow on angle and line, but Randy making all the adjustments to just stay with him. I mean, that's very impressive chase run by Randy.
Yeah, hats off though to Marcos Rodriguez coming all the way over here from Mozambique, Africa.
Yep.
And competing at Klutch Kickers. This is not just a low-quality grassroots. You're going against top-notch, world-class drivers. So to come over here all the way from Africa in a rented car and perform as well as he did, hats off to him, and we hope to see him next season.
We do have a protest that they're reviewing. Previous battle, I'll give more information depending on the way it goes.
Okay.
No, I'll give it more information when we have the results.
Okay, sounds good. So that rounds off the top 64. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's it. We're going to be moving into the top 32 presented by Kansei Wheels.
Alrighty, right back into it, I assume.
Yeah, so it seems like there's nobody in the staging lanes yet. So,
well, let me go ahead and take this minute to thank our sponsors. Without our sponsors, and I know it sounds like a broken record, but we can't thank them enough. And we just want to make sure that they realize we appreciate them. We want you guys to check out all the vendors and that are here. Like I mentioned before, we have Fun Haver, Yankee Special, Yeti Ice, Juan's Tacos, Sherry's Concession, Valhalla Axe Throwing, Cosmo Tires, Klutch Kickers, booth out here selling merch, Bank of England mortgage lender out of Fort Walton Beach, and Verandas Real Estate for all your vacation home dreams.
All right, so guys, be aware that this stream is going to be ending, and we're going to be switching over to the top 32 stream. So make sure to like and follow the Facebook and YouTube pages so you don't miss out. We're going to end the stream, and we're going to switch over. So we hope to catch you over there.